There we go. Mic was not working. I apologize. I'm gonna have to clip that a little bit. Mic was not working. Good thing I immediately checked that. I don't know why sometimes it just defaults to default when it really shouldn't. It's not supposed to do that. You really should not be doing that. The only thing that should be going to default is my own audio. And I'm clicking this. Alright, we're gonna jump right into this. I got my stuff back again, and I may have fixed the grave issue. I don't know for sure. I don't know for certain. So we're gonna find out if I have or not. And let me close Modrinth as well. There we go. We're gonna get away from these guys that are spawning. Frank! Patricia! Those guys are loud. We're gonna try and ignore them. Let me turn down my volume. I think I fixed the graves thing. I am assuming it's coming from the bigger stacks. I've set stacks back to 64. If I die again, then we know. If not, then after we're done with this series, I'm gonna actually go die on this world and see if that does fix the grave. I'm assuming the problem is because I had 99 stacks, 999 in one stack. When I was using the graves, it'd fill up my entire inventory with normal stacks, because that's what the grave expects it to be. And so, it wouldn't leave any room to pick up anything else, and it wouldn't drop anything else. I've looked through the VODs for this. It doesn't actually drop any items if they can't make it into your inventory, which is an issue, and I tried looking through the config. That is not a config thing. That is not something you could turn on as far as I can see. So, assumingly, fixing the stacks will fix that. And then after this bingo series, I'm gonna go through the VODs and note what problems I've been having and which things I need to fix. Like, immediately, we have this problem at the top. I don't know what this is. I don't know what's causing this exactly, because I haven't seen a zombie in a hot minute. We've been at the skeleton farm, and I have no idea why that's stuck there. Because RPG HUD is the entity inspect. So if I look at Fremk, his thing's down there. His health bar's down there. So I don't know why there's a zombie health bar up here. Because nothing I've gone against is a modded modded in the sense of it being a boss. I'm not gone against any boss zombies that would cause that. So I don't know why that's stuck there. I need to fix that. I'm thinking... So the problem with some villagers, and this also occurs with the straw statues, I can find it, that I use for thumbnails occasionally. Bingo board is not currently covering it. I need to pull the bingo board back up as well. But the straw statues, when you're looking at it with the entity inspect on, it freaks out the statue, and it also freaks out specifically villager and pillager noses. I don't know why, but that is a thing. So I want to adjust the RPG HUD and have it so it no longer has the entity inspect, and I get a different mod that will show the health, and then also re-enable the levels, and seeing levels. While it's freaked out and it doesn't quite work, I'd much rather see the levels and have them be freaky than not seeing them at all, because I want some way to be able to be like, oh, they're this level, instead of saying they're 300 health. Because seeing the levels a little bit easier to manage. So those are a few things that I need to do. I did get back most everything. I did not give myself back the enchantment books, which I'm pretty sure are mending books, but I'm not 100% certain of that. There were 2 mending books, I think, I got from this structure, but that's not a big issue, so I'm not going to worry about it. While we're here, I do need to craft myself a new helmet. I waited to do this until I was on camera. And I also realized it got rid of the rest of my tools, too, because I had this stuff in my hotbar, so immediately threw it back into my hotbar. Same thing with the leads. But everything that was in my inventory, aside from these few items, was completely removed. Because of the stupid stacking, so that's great. But I got everything back and then slightly reorganized this backpack. Also, everything that was in the backpacks... I got rid of except for this all the deep slate that's in here came from the 999 I had in my actual inventory. Same thing for the leftover planks and leftover sticks. And then all the music discs I had, I moved into here. And the leather comes from the leftover leather of this. So that's all of that handled. I have all of my stuff back now. And then the artifacts I am currently wearing. It's also occurred to me I could actually show the cross necklace. I'm gonna keep it turned off though. I don't actually like seeing the power glove, so we're gonna turn that off as well. I still like the antidote. It's cute. But yeah, that's, I think, everything handled. Yeah. I still need zucchini. So let's... Oh, wait, hold on. If I'm lagging here, that means... oh dear, the lag. Oh dear, the lag. Hold on, let's... Yeah, let's handle these guys real quick. Yeah, let's... Yep, okay. Wonderful. Also, there's a reason there's an extra backpack in my inventory. Because of changing the stacks back to 64 in order to fix the graves, I now have a backpack that's purely full of arrows. So if I ever need arrows, I have them now. But we're gonna get out of here before too many Patricia! We're gonna get out of here before too many skeletons spawn again. We're going back to temp. And we're gonna just... Oh, no, it's nighttime. Hold on. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I learned my lesson last time. Okay, we got Patricia and Frank. Or Framp, pardon. I'm missaying his name. Also, this time, instead of being 213, I used 2 more levels, so I'm now 0.15 speed instead of 1.4. So we're a speedy boy. We're a slightly speedy boy, but it's actually manageable. So it's fine. Wait, there's bell pepper right there! How did I not see that? How did I not see that? It's right here. Okay, lovely. Great. We're throwing that in the backpack. Now we have 6 of the 8 seeds. I just need the zucchini and the tomato. That's literally all we need. I still have my sounds down. There we go. That's all we need. That's all I want. The zucchini and the stupid tomato. Or the stupid zucchini and the tomato. Tomato's pretty easy. We just need a forest. And that's common enough. Zucchini's the one that's annoying me right now. And I just need to find it. That's all we need to do. I just need to see it, find it, get it. That is a cave right there. That is a cave. Yep, cave. I just need the little green plant, and I'm already out of food. I haven't even been sprinting that long, and I don't think this is considered a savanna anymore. So let's go back this way. There's olives there, but we don't need that. Actually, what I want to do that I failed to do last time, we're putting Patricia and Frank on leads. They're on leads, so they should teleport with me. We grab the waystone. I should actually put that waystone back. We use the warp stone with them on lead, so they'll actually follow me to Ray. You know, I should just keep them on a lead, like, at all times. No. I need to remember to put them back on leads, because my worry is that if I fall down somewhere and drag them with me, it could be really bad for them. And I think the atmosphere is kind of loud, so let's turn that down. There's cows. So let's kill those real quick. There's something over there. So let's try going that way. After I kill cows. There's Savannah that way, so let's go that way. And feed the dogs real quick, because they're getting low. They're supposed to be at 120. They're under 100, so that's not good. And then throw that up in inventory. Just swim across real quick. I just need the zucchini. I just need the zucchini. The forest is so much easier to find tomatoes in. There are so many forests closer to spawn. We are 3,000 out. And I'm not comfortable out here. I got one shot by a zombie. A ridiculously overpowered one. I don't need to be dealing with that. I really don't. Waystone Tower, are you gonna randomly have artifacts for me? Is that how this is gonna occur? Red. Antidote. We already have that. I forgot the artifact board. Hold on. I forgot the artifact board. Let's open this up. I did slightly change it, ever so slightly. So, I mentioned at the very beginning, if this would actually open up, and consider it open. Please. Come on. There we go. I did slightly change it. If you look down here, now it shows steak or beef, which is something I mentioned at the beginning, but I didn't properly show off, so I fixed that. Bingo board back, pardon about that. Okay. Zucchini! Pretty please, come on. That's all we need, that's all I want. This is arid highlands, but I don't... Oh, it is considered savanna. Okay. Because there's olive spawning over here. There's a thing over there. You know what? This is a much closer bed to this whole area, so let's quickly run in and steal their spawn point. Hello, Casper. I'm gonna come up here, and I'm just gonna take a respawn point. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna eat some of your cake. Pretty please. Is it just a quote-unquote bandit? AKA a villager that has been named Bandit? Yep, hi Bandit. And you got barrels, but none of these have any artifacts. And there's no zucchini. That's all I need, that's all I want. I'm seeing kiwi, I'm seeing olives. That's squash. We've seen a lot of everything except zucchini. We've yet to see it once. Come on. And give me the food. That's all we need. Oh, wait. Tiny cow. Wonderful. And already have an excess of leather. I'm gonna start saving beef again. I used up what I did have in my inventory to make some more hamburgers while I was at the farm. So, you know, I'd actually survive using the farm. Because that's how fast I go through food. And I'm already out of food again. I'm out of hunger. Whoop. Three-way stone. I'm actually gonna use that instead of keeping it. I'm going so fast the dogs have to teleport to keep up with me. My computer is not happy with loading all this, but I just need stupid zucchini. That is all I want. I just need literally one crop of zucchini. That is all I require. That is all I desire. The only thing I want right now. Please. That's not zucchini. I know for a fact it's in the savannah. I literally took a thumbnail of it today. I've just been extremely unlucky on actually finding it in this world. There's another companion, so I'm gonna steal your respawn point. Or respawn point, not respawn. More cows, happily. Doing, 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 doing. Doing, 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 doing. Lovely. I adore this so much. And then there's another one over there. And I'll deal with the extra leather another time. Because right now, I just need the ratatouille. I'm almost tempted to stop going after the cows. We've gone out so far, we found a chapel. I tried going to a chapel for the leads earlier, and it said it was 3,000 out. We are now that 3,000 out. Is there anything in here? Yeah. Knockback. Old, no one cares. You, no. What about in here? Flame. I have flame. I don't need piercing. That's a whole bunch of stuff, but it's not anything I need. Zucchini! 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 Give me that. Using my pickaxe, I will get that fortune out of that. Okay. We're not gonna forget, we put the dogs on their leads. I grab my warp stone. We are going to Jag, not Jars. Jars currently has a raid. We go all the way to Jag. The very first one. Are the dogs... Okay, I broke the lead. Good, 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 good. That's fine. Teleport down here. Frank. Patricia. Frank. Frank. Where are you? I hear you. Have I not... Just come on. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Teleport to me. I heard you. Now teleport to me. What do you mean? I hear the dog barking, but I don't see the dog barking. Are you guys literally stuck up here? You're not even up here! Where are you? What? 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 Where are my dogs? They should teleport to me. Why aren't they? I know the lead broke. What? What? How? What? What? It's acting like they're up there, but they're not. Where are my dogs? The subtitle says like they're somewhere over this way, but then I go over this way and it says they're that way. What? Okay, I'm gonna relog. Maybe it just didn't register that. What? Okay, it just didn't register them. Great. Alright, crisis averted. Where's the nearest forest? We just need a regular old forest. I know we've been through a regular forest. Was that forest out there the only regular forest we've been through? You're joking. Okay, there's one over here. Care. It's still cooling down. Okay, hold on. I should really take the one that's up here and move it down. and just rename it to spawn. It's occurred to me my mic's a little bit close, apologies. I'm just gonna move this down, because I kind of need to anyway. The tower is getting annoying. There we go. Okay, now we actually have spawn just directly, and I know it's spawn. Framp, Patricia, we gotta go over to Care. Care-Demur. Yeah, they're slowly... Okay. They slowly fall down the ladder with me. There we go, okay. And you're both still in your leads, so let me take you off your leads. There we go, lovely. And now tomatoes, which should be extremely easy to find. There's tea, there's a doggy, there's cauliflower. I think that's lettuce. Those are grapes over there. It should be real easy to spot. It's just a basic red crop. I just need to actually spot it, find it, to get it. I just need tomatoes. Those are not tomatoes, those are raspberries. It looks kind of like the onion. It's not a texture that's too far off from the onion. When you look at it, you would go, yep, that's a tomato. There's no doubt. It's just big old red steak tomatoes. Steak tomato sounds so good right now, actually. I'm a weirdo that just likes eating tomatoes like an apple. Give me a tomato, I will happily eat it as is. I don't need to put in anything, I don't need anything else. Just give me the tomato. Crunch on that. Delicious. What do you mean there's no tomatoes? There's no tomatoes. Tomatoes are delicious. Come on. There's tomatillos? Tomatillos? I would assume it's tomatillo. I always look at it and read in my head tomatillo, but that's not it. There's blueberries. There's delicious bloobs. There's a skeleton, that's great. You kidding me? I'm seeing like every food possible in the plains, or not plains, forest. I'm seeing every food possible in the forest except for the tomato. Those are raspberries again. Cauliflower. What do you mean? Do we have to go all the way out by Ray again? Do we have to go to where I died in order to find a stupid tomato? There's raspberries. What do you mean? Okay, yeah. I have to go back to my dev, I assume, unless there's something over here. There's bloobs again! No tomatoes! Okay, I am going to leave Framp and Patricia at the skeleton farm. Let's move that up to the top, because I'm using several of these a lot. And I need better access to them. So I keep going back to the stronghold, and the skeleton dungeon, and spawn. Okay. I'm taking you guys to the skeleton farm, and you guys will stay here. This goes back in my inventory. I am gonna go out to Ray. And we're keeping an eye on the stupid time, because I am not dying to a stupid zombie again. No! Actually, I think that zombie's still there. You know what? We're gonna do something first. Hold on. I have a ridiculous amount of arrows. So I'm gonna use that in the tool leveling table to upgrade my stuff real quick. Hold on. Or specifically to upgrade my bow. So let's take all of these out. And then throw that in. Put my bow in there, upgrade the power. A lot. By the way, my spear is still only sharpness 5. I have not upgraded that one at all. And then we grab all that. And throw that in. Upgrade. We're now power 10. And you know what? Let's upgrade sharpness as well. Oh, I need a stack of that. Wait, what the? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. And I'm also gonna use some of these. Because I don't need this many arrows at all. Sharpness 10. The bow is really far behind when it comes to my power. So let's use, like, a lot of this. That's power 13. Let's deal with these guys real quick, because they're being annoying. And they're contributing heavily to my frame rate. Or they're what would be the opposite of contributing? Not sure. Let's keep, like, a little bit extra blocks, not all of them. And then we're at power 15 now. Which is way better than it was. So hopefully that should do a pretty number now. So if I use this bow on a skeleton, it's not a huge amount. The spear is still way better because it one-shots these guys. Almost. Why is it not one-shotting anymore? You're both 52. Get a new guy down here. So I want to see why it's not one-shotting. Because that's a little bit of a problem. Oh, the bones are completely full in both of them. Okay. Let me hit you. Okay, it is one-shotting. Never mind, I'm wrong. I could always use a little bit of the power I'm getting, though. Okay. It is currently almost night, so I'm gonna have to sleep really quickly here. I'm not sure what time it lets me sleep. I know it lets me sleep at 10 minutes, 27 seconds. Because I use Journey Map a lot, but I'm not currently using the Journey Map mini-map. So I don't know what time it says at the top will let me sleep. Also, I don't have an actual bed on me. I only have the sleeping bag. Right? Yeah, I don't have an actual bed. You know what I should do? We're gonna come over to this sheep. I am hoping... No. Okay, fortune does not affect that at all. But there are 3 sheep here, so that's fine. I am just gonna make one. I'm just gonna quickly make a bed. It occurred to me I had I had wool in my inventory. Okay. But now I have a bed for spawn points. Because I do not trust this stupid area. I really do not. Okay. So I'm gonna leave that right there. And sadly, I think despite being an archer class, my spear is still my best weapon. Which really sucks. Because that doesn't do nearly as much as it should. Yeah. And I'm gonna try and keep my eye out as much as possible, because I don't want to have to get my levels back again. That sucks. I hate it. I hate it a lot. So that means I gotta delay stream, I gotta delay progress, when I just want to get this done at this point. That's all I want to do. I just need to find the stupid tomatoes, and then I can go. Tomatoes! Tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes! Okay, we got it. I don't care about anything else. I don't care. We're going. Goodbye. I don't have any dirt. I don't have any dirt to do this. I got 0 dirt. I have everything I need for this but dirt. Okay, we go to spawn real quick. Hold, I just gotta get some dirt. I don't need a lot. I literally just need like 8 pieces. There we go, lovely. There we go, my 8 pieces of dirt. And then we go back. I'm out of food again. Eat through all my hamburgers. I'm gonna turn down the sounds because of those stupid skellies. And the way I want to do this is I'm just gonna set up a small farm right here. Yeah. Just like that. And I can get more food, or I can get more... I could have the words. I can get more water. Easily. And then I have 4 spots here. For each crop. And then I have to do olives double. Because I need 2 olives for this recipe. In order to make that olive oil. Can you guys shut up? I wish this wasn't such a efficient farm sometimes. Okay, and then I'm just gonna make a hoe, make an iron one. Okay, that's their 4 spots, and then their 4 spots. No, not in the crafting menu. Squash! I want to kind of have these slightly organized. Squash, zucchini, and olive all come from the same spot, and then eggplant, onion, and basil. Eggplant, onion, basil. And then tomato, those are squash again, and bell pepper. And now, let's... I can do this. I kind of hate organizing it like this, but this is genuinely the best way to handle it. And then I'll have olive, zucchini, or no, olive, eggplant, no, olive, zucchini, squash, eggplant, onion, basil, bell pepper, tomato. There we go. And then, okay, that stack was broken. Good to know. 2 of those are olive. Hold on. One of those is supposed to be zucchini. And then there's the bell pepper, there's the eggplant, there's basil, there's onion. Fantastic. And then olive. And this is organized like that, so let's do that. With tomatoes on that side. And then it goes bell pepper, eggplant, basil, onion. And these guys are lagging out my game again. It'd be so much easier to turn it to peaceful, but I don't feel like doing that. I don't feel like that's right. And let's throw stuff in here. I kind of need those bones, actually. Or what I can do. I don't have extras. I need to craft some torches. And then we can quickly place a torch in there, which should disable them. There we go. So now I don't have to worry about it for the moment. Ooh, I can't see anything. I hate climbing ladders. It sucks. Because I have more than enough bone meal to get this started. And do this proper. Okay, so we're gonna start off with just doing like a stack of bone meal to each of these. So I think, yeah, I can most certainly accomplish that. And 2 of those will go into olives. If I hold this in my offhand, then we can sit in bone meal, and I don't actually have to do anything than just bone meal it. Because Croptopia and right-clicking crops is amazing. So I could sit here and just slowly do that. And then I need to do 2 times bone meal to the olives. And the hope is, I will never have to come down here again. I should have more than enough ratatouille for the rest of this run right now. My hope is to actually get this run either today or tomorrow. I have most of the editing done. I just, once the run is over, you're gonna do voiceover, and then wrap up editing, and it should be ready to ship Sunday. And I'll be posted Sunday morning. So that's the hope right now. 85, there you go. Even it out. Oop, nope. But so this should at least get me a stack or almost a stack of ratatouille, I think. That is the rough estimation. But this is just based off of a few stacks of bone meal. I still have a lot more bone meal than this. Let me move all this over so this is a little easier to handle. There we go. And then all the bell pepper. Also, for the ratatouille, you don't even need to make a bowl. A lot of the bowl, quote-unquote, recipes from Croptopia, you don't need a bowl for it. It just automatically has one, and then it gets rid of it. So that's pretty helpful. From here, we still have... If the easiest bingo right now is that straw hat, which is a villager hat, and the jelly boots. I don't know what else to call them. I think they're just cat boots, actually. Where are the artifacts? I have to go through all chipped. Where? There's a lot of chip stuff. There is a lot of chip stuff. There we go. Kitty slippers. That's what they are. I need to actually hold. I need to get rid of you. Kitty slippers. Kitty slippers and the villager hat is what I want. I don't know if we'll get lucky enough to get those. Because I didn't put the bingo board in order. I randomly threw those about the screen. That is not at all the order that happens. Wait, hold on. No, those are olives. Squash, olive. Zucchini, tomato. This is how we're organizing this. I hate it, but I don't want to make a large backpack. Those are annoying to deal with. Bell pepper, eggplant, basil. And then I have a lot of extra olive seeds right now. That I'm gonna have to throw away some way or another. Why am I getting notifications? Hold on. Why am I getting notifications? Okay. This. And then onion. Okay, that's only gonna... Okay, that should make us about a... That should make about 50. Or 23, I think, so 62? 64 plus 2. I just want to throw away those. I just want to throw... I need a spot to throw away all of the seeds. I don't have a... Oh, okay. We can do this. Because I don't actually need any of the extra seeds. I just need, like, a backup one. Actually, I don't even need a backup one. I don't need the seeds, period, now that I think about it. Because I can easily just come down here and get some bone meal. And then burn. Lovely. So we could take all of these. And I can stop making hamburgers. We could be eating good. And I never have to make hamburgers ever again. I will keep killing cows though for the doggies, but actually I could start cooking. I'm gonna double check first. I don't know why they wouldn't be able to eat steak, but I am checking first. Just have a test one. Oh right, ratatouille's BS. You actually have to put it in the order. Ratatouille, ratatouille, ratatouille. You can't just randomly throw it about the crafting table. Where is it? There it is. Tomato. Oh, I need to make olive oil first, which is the all-purpose food press. I can make all of that. Okay, hold on. Pause. I need to do things. I need 2 of you. I need to make pistons. I don't know if it'll let me use cobbled deep slate. I would assume it would. No, it does not. It actually legitimately needs cobblestone. You suck. You suck. Sleep. Ooh, that was a good handbrake. Hand crack. Yep, I'm definitely breaking my hands live on stream. You know what? Let's... Hold on. Steak work. Does work? Yes. Okay, great. So then let's cook that. I need to go to spawn and steal some stone. I just need stone. Stone! Thank you. I need 8. There we go. And what? Oh, I probably could use the deep slate. I didn't even think that I put in the recipe wrong. Okay. And then quickly make a hopper. No. Stronghold. Make hopper. Thankfully, I have just enough for all this. Okay, now we have the all-purpose food press. We put all the olives in the all-purpose food press. And then it goes... Blenderant. Where's the ratatouille again? I've lost it. There it is. Tomato, olive oil, squash, zucchini, eggplant, onion, bell pepper, basil. Tomato, olive oil... I've already forgotten the order. Watch it not even matter, the order. Yes, it does. I know it's these 3. I've messed up. I just don't know how. Squash, zucchini, eggplant. What? Onion, bell pepper. There we go. 38. Okay, you suck. But now I have the order down, so we're good. I can just get a bunch of bone meal. And we'll be fine. Let's use this crafting menu then. And then we repeat the process again. And sit here and slowly do that. I'm actually, like, reflecting. I actually really enjoyed this challenge, as horrible as it was. The mod pack definitely still needs, very significant tweaks here and there. But I don't really want to change the mob leveling. It was purely my procrastination and ignoring the stats and wanting to go to the stronghold and basically speedrun to the stronghold that made it so horrible early on. Because you literally have to focus on the stats and gear in this. You have to play the game first. It is just a flat-out requirement. Wait, what? Yes, okay. And ignoring that and not sitting here at the skeleton farm is really what held me back from doing this challenge much better a lot sooner. Because if I just, you know, play the mod pack as you should, which, imagine that, properly playing my own mod pack, then this would have been a lot better, but instead it was way worse for wear. Simply because I ignored that. This mod pack will absolutely kick your butt if you do not respect it. And I did not respect how much it is willing to kick in my teeth at any given moment. It will happily do so. All the time. But jeez, I'm so glad. I have a feeling I want this to be over before Saturday. That is the goal. In truth, I want to be done today. I know that's not fully realistic, but that is the major hope at this exact moment. I feel like it still could be possible. I just have to actually finish making up this ratatouille, which we should be doing real soon. And then we gotta go... I want to go through the stronghold. That is still the number one thing. I don't think getting Elytra or dealing with the end is extremely helpful. I think that the stronghold and bigger structures like it, like the mansion, could be really helpful. I don't know if I'm powerful enough for the mansion. If the stronghold proves unfruitful today, and we can't get a bingo today, we'll see how leveled I am at the end of this, because I want to be at least 100 damage before we go to the mansion. Because if I remember right, the mansion's about 2,000, 3,000 out. And only going, I did go quite far, actually, for the savannah, but going out for the savannah is what really ruined me. Oh wait, hold on, I need to take you into this crafting menu. There we go. And make more ratatouille. I want to have at least a few stacks of ratatouille before I say we're set, because I never want to have to do this again. I never want to have to sit here and slowly get ratatouille, and I go through food extremely fast. So the less I have to, the better. Something I think would be nice for the Sophisticated Backpack, I don't know if this is an actual upgrade, but I would love if it was. A compost upgrade, is there? There's chipped benches. Anvil, experience pumps, battery, energy storage. I don't know why that's a thing. Tank, fluid storage, advanced tool swapper jukebox, the stacking, stone cutter, crafting, auto blast, auto smoke, smelting, everlasting, inception, backpacks into backpack, advanced refill select items and player inventory, deposit, when sneak right click inventory, restock, void, compact, feeding, magnet, filter, pickup. No, there is no compost upgrade. I just think that'd be nice, because composters are annoying to set up and they take so long to deal with. It'd be nice to have one on the go. Or just in order to, like, get rid of your seeds. Is there a trash upgrade, actually? Is there trash? I know there's some backpack mods that do just straight up have a trash upgrade, so you can just get rid of things. I think that's a different backpack mod, though. I think that's Traveler's Backpack, actually. I'm pretty sure of it. That sounds about right, anyhow. I know I've used it once or twice in the past, but I didn't like it enough to use it again. Just because I'm so used to how overpowered... not sophisticated backpacks, although sophisticated backpacks are really good when used with useful backpacks. I absolutely adore useful backpacks, always have, always will. It's just something easy to use. And extremely useful, as the mod states. They're certainly overpowered, but you don't need a lot of them to get a handle of inventory management, which is what I adore overall. I should see if there's any backpacks that we want to add to Passion SMP Season 2, because I think that could be a good call. And then all those I have to craft by themselves. And then do this. But yeah, all in all, I really should have handled this better, and I'm gonna try and keep this in mind for whatever other challenges I end up doing with this mod pack. I want to do more challenges. That is the goal, to have just a bunch of fun challenges with it. After this, I think I've already mentioned this, after this, I'm gonna tweak about the mod pack and fix some smaller things, so it'll be 1.4.1. Just fix up little tweaks here and there. And then after that, I want to do some test streams of going through different magic systems and see what could work with what we already have right now. Because Better Combat feels amazing, but I would love a proper magic system with all of this. I saw there was an RPG class set of Origins, and I think that would be really cool. Some of it's overpowered in the sense, and it escapes my grasp and understanding of it, because I've never really liked really complicated magic systems. That's just a me thing, though. Yes, there we go. Okay. That is purely a me problem. I have trouble wrapping my head. Some things are really easy for me to grasp, some things just aren't. I love Sudoku. I cannot for the life of me ever understand the picto number things, where you plot out the numbers and then it makes a picture. I can't understand it. I just cannot. And, like, word search lottery tickets. Both of those, my brain just breaks. It does not... I don't understand them. I really don't. No matter what I try, I just don't. And then this is starting. Okay, hold on. Let's quickly burn a bunch of bows. Handle this. No, 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 no. That's not going to go there. There we go. Nope. And then, yeah. That's a lot better. And let's also fix you, so I can handle more in the future. Let me take 3 of those. And that's already going to overfill again, ain't it? Let's do that, and maybe it won't be as bad. just perhaps. Oh, wait, hold on. Extra bow. There we go. And no. I think we'll do 1 or 2 more rounds of ratatouille and then call it there. That sounds about good. That sounds about right, I should say, actually. Because I want roughly 4 stacks of ratatouille. Because the problem is, I eat a lot of food in this run. a ridiculous amount. I have... How many hamburgers have I crafted? Item. Hamburger. Crafted a stack of them. Okay. Times used 159. I'm gonna assume... I'm gonna go with the crafted number because that sounds more accurate. Ham? Oh, hammer. Yeah. Okay, I've crafted a stack of them. I don't know how many I've lost in the process, but I have... Okay, so a stack of hamburgers across this entire run isn't too bad. That sounds pretty decent. So I think even right now the amount of ratatouille I have is overdone. So we'll do this last round of bone meal and then head out. I don't know if I want to bring Patricia and Framp along just for their safety. And literally purely for their safety. Because they're adorable. I love them. I don't want them to get hurt, though. And if we're going through the nether portion of the stronghold, because this is a modded stronghold, there is a below area underneath the end portal. That's another portal. And that area is full of lava. I would much rather them not die. That would be extremely beneficial to my health. My mental health. I would adore that. Yeah. I really want to make them a house before we leave. I think that'd just be funny. There's 0 point to doing it. I just want to make them a cute little house to stay in. Because I think it'd be funny. There you go. More olive oil. Yeah, I'm gonna have plenty of ratatouille. And I think from here, literally the only thing I need to get is the artifacts. I don't need to steal, I don't need to loot anything else. I literally just need the artifacts. That is it. Yeah. We got kitty cat slippers and the straw hat we're hoping for. I still want to get the whoopee cushion, but that won't help me for a bingo. I would love if we got one, though. I know there's a lot of other funny ones. Like, there's one that looks like a piston. I think that increases knockback. Which I absolutely adore that idea. The steak is infinite food, actually. If I found that earlier, that would have been extremely beneficial to this run, but I just never found it. Get rid of seeds again. And then bring that down to whatever leftover products can be thrown into the backpack. Okay, we got 3 stacks of ratatouille. A little over. That's great. Fantastic. Yeah. We got enough food. We need not more. We have plenty. And then the rest of the food has been cooked, so I can feed the doggos real quick. And there we go. Lovely. Dude, it'd be safer here. But I want to bring them with. They're so cute. But they'd be safer here, so let's go to the stronghold. We're gonna steal some water. Can I get some water? A lot of water. Pretty please. Where are your source blocks? There we go. The ocean. That's where. Okay. Let me out. Let me out. There we go. I should be pretty good off for handling this area. It shouldn't be too bad. I don't want to jinx myself too much with that, though. We're gonna go through here, and we're gonna go downstairs. That's not downstairs. Thank you, Kofi. How powerful is the bow right now? Not really much, so. That's not a good amount of damage. You know what? Let's go through this. My sound's low from the skeleton farm. Was there not a lot of lower? Okay. There wasn't a lot of exterior. There's only one piece of carpet that survived? Okay. Thankfully, I'm fast enough that water isn't a huge issue for me. I don't need to worry. Okay, I actually might want to worry about armor. I saw protection. So along the way, let's add some enchantments to my armor, because why not? I need to check through chests anyway. So library is a good place to start. The library. None of that is enchanted books. You have Unbreaking, actually. That's helpful. Why are there 3 compasses, by the way? Why is that a thing? Nope, this is not a dead end. What is going on in here? Power, don't need it. And once we get armor settled, then I think literally I'm just gonna be opening chests. Look. What? What? Okay. Once we get our armor figured out, I'm literally just gonna be looking at chests, purely checking if there's an artifact, and then moving on. You suck. I wish the spear could also break faster. That'd be great to add on with the attack speed. Where am I going? Nowhere. That's nothing here. Let me out! And then the only way up there was via that. Okay. Let's get up. Anything? I'm hearing things spawn. I'm not seeing them, though. Nothing in here. Please. I'm already low on food. Yeah, ratatouille completely fills my hunger. So that's great. I used to have to eat 2 hamburgers, now I just need 1 ratatouille. That's absolutely lovely. Adore that. I don't care. Oh. There we go. Is that a creeper head? No. Oh, no. Also, let me grab the anvil. Let's add... let's go with chestplate first. Protection. What do I want to add the Unbreaking to? Probably my boots. My boots are down bad. There we go. So let's keep the anvil on hand. Nothing I need in there. That's a dead end. We've already gone through all this. I hear more endermites. We need to go this way, though. Oh. Something happened over here. I'm hearing a lot of sounds, and I'm not sure of half of them. I need to remember to keep my water bucket on hand. I'm not sure which is going to be more helpful, though. My water bucket? Or my spear? Oh, there's a mending. Okay. Lure power, don't need. Most important stuff. You know what? Let's put the mending on the boots. Because again, those are the worst right now. And that's broken. I can do this. There we go, new anvil. I heard something spawn. It sounds like it's somewhere over here. Is there a chest around this corner, though? No. Okay, there's something below. 100%. Those are spider sounds, and I do not like it. At all. Protection. Oh, protection, yeah. Fire protection, another mending. Happily. Oh, this way. Where am I at now? This is a new area. And underground jungle, okay. Pop off. Oh, there's a zombie over there. Yeah, do you just want to come... Yeah, just come within range, thank you. These have water protection, so I can't put regular protection on them, unfortunately. Let's do protection and mending on the leggings. There's upstairs. And then it goes back down. Come on. Watch there be nothing. As per normal. Yeah, there's nothing. I hate these staircases. Very much so. Where am I hearing these stupid zombies? Probably around here. I can't... Oh, no, I can't get down there. Okay. I want to get off. There's something down there. I saw a hitbox up here. Okay, never mind. I'm just going insane. Great. Took it long enough to happen. I'm a little too paranoid at this point. Okay, no. I don't need to be caught in cobwebs. That's the #1 downside to this place. All the stupid cobwebs. Oh, not that spot. Anything? Nothing on this floor. Anything upstairs? One chest? No, actually. No. You have aqua affinity and protection. So let's pop that on the helmet. The more protection I have, the better. And I'm not even really putting a dent in my levels either. Whoop. And I just need books and loot. No. Stupid child. Where are you going, stupid child? I'm going in a cobweb. Where are you going, stupid child? Nope. Goodbye. You had a backpack? What was in your backpack? You had iron. I'm taking that. Also, I had a door that the backpacks are actually color-coded depending on what mob they drop from. Skeletons will drop a gray one. Endermen drop black backpacks. The zombie villagers drop that brown, like the purple-brown color. Is that just a flat-out brown with green, then? Oh, mending. Wonderful. Love it. Nope, I don't want to swim right now. Let's get mending on you, and then mending on you. Nope. Mending. Okay. I'm gonna continue to look out for better protection. But otherwise, we are, like, set at this point. Oh, that's where I'm hearing all the spiders. Because you guys, you suck. I'm removing you from the premises. Thank you. Have a good day. Please don't come again. No. There's a... Okay, yeah, I'll take the spawn point. That's so funny to see randomly. I love the idea that these beds were from, like, past players. I know they're really not meant to spawn in this space, but it is still cool that it does. Because I would absolutely set up something like that. It feels just, like, genuine to the playthrough. I will take the iron, though, for more anvils. Is there any other there has to be, yeah, there's another chest. Is this a classroom? Okay. Protection 4. Let's add. You have protection 4, you have protection 4, you have protection 3. I don't think I can put protection on these. Yeah, no. The boots just kind of suck, unfortunately. Okay. So the only thing I would want from chests now is unbreaking. No. Oh. Wait, are you... Oh no, you're just a dungeon. Okay. I perfectly hit the right spot. Haha. Oh, that could have an artifact, though. Okay. Oh, no, right. Forgot about that little issue. Hello. Hi, boys. Come over here. Lovely. Hello. Can you get your hitbox over here, please, sir? Sir, your hitbox. I need it. Thank you. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Do. Nothing. Pickup upgrade. Backpack pickup item, nah. Golden apple. Another pickup upgrade. Another golden apple. Random backpack. What do you have? Literally nothing. Okay. Have a good day. Just check that chest. That area's dead end. Oh, hi. Hello, sir. Hi, how are you? Goodbye. Whoop. There's nothing ever down that corner. There's nothing over there. Okay, dead end entirely. Good to know. And then there's staircase up there. I hate these staircases, so we're just gonna... Is there actually anything up here? Yes, there is. Okay. We'll go through that in a second. Oop. There's chest over there, though. 2 of them. What do you have? Mending. You know what? Might as well put mending on more things. None of those are breaking. You have good stuff. There's another mending. Oh, there's an unbreaking. Is that a sharpness? That's a sharpness 5. If I put... Does it give me... No, it doesn't give me sharpness 6. Okay. But it would add unbreaking to this. But I don't really... Do I need unbreaking on it? I'm more concerned about my armor getting unbreaking, honestly. You know what? Let's put mending on the fortune. And then I have more mending. You have mending, you have mending. All that has mending. I don't really need it, but I can put mending on these. I don't know how much I'm going to be using the shovel, but... Boots have unbreaking. Let's put unbreaking on the helmet, because that usually breaks on me first. And, ooh, sweaty hands. Do not like. What is up here? It goes back down. Is there clearly another way to go from there? No, I'm not going to bother then. There's never a chest down there either. And again, is there actually anything down here? Yes, there is. Okay. So let's go around this. It feels like every time I check with Freecam, there's actually something down there. Every time I just go myself, it never has anything. And I despise it. Okay. I found a new way to trick me. There. No. Wait. No, I'm losing my mind. It's fine. Can I just break through the wall? No, silverfish, right? Don't do that. No wall breaking. The entire thing is made out of silverfish. I don't need to crash the stream with silverfish again. I should have learned my lesson the first time. I just wish... No. I just want my artifacts. Dead end? No. Yes. It did just enough to trick me that there would be something over here. I mean, technically the staircase wasn't a dead end. It just happened to lead to a dead end. Okay, and then get out of here. Where did I come from? This spot, okay. So we have another floor to go down, I assume. You... Nothing good. I don't need more iron, I just need artifacts at this point. And unbreaking. So I have all the protection I need. You know what? Let's get that last mending book. Lovely. My only mending shovel. Oh. Something has occurred here. I think it's because of that. Alright, let's... Oop. Oop. Power, protection... I heard something spawn. I'm seeing the lower portions of the stronghold, but I'm not seeing any helpful loot. Dead end? No. Is there actually a way down there? It seems like it. Watch it be a dead end anyway. Yeah, that's a dead end. Okay. Lovely. I just want to get my artifacts. And this is a dead end. Yeah. I hear a bunch of bad googlies in here, and I'm not gonna bother with them. Let's go this way. Dead end, almost, perhaps, not quite. Is there? No. Okay. Mending, don't actually need it, believe it or not. We have enough mending, thanks. I just want artifacts, actually. Oh, wait, looting, actually. Oh, wait, that's a mimic. I have a scarf of invisibility. You know what? Yeah. That's actually really helpful, yeah. We'll take that, happily. Please and thank you. Oop. I'm not sure what that helps in a bingo, but we have it. Yeah, well, might as well put looting on it. I mean, why not? And there's nothing that way. Oh, this is so funny to look down and see now, because I can't see my body. You know, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, why not? Okay, so I have to remember these player things. 2 of them now have had a mimic chest that does drop. You know, I'll take the diamonds. I've been ignoring diamonds. That does drop an artifact. So maybe caving could actually be a genuine way to get artifacts, because of finding more of those player houses. Also, I am under the assumption that when you are invisible, mobs won't attack you. Yeah. No, they will. They will. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, they still will. Okay. Never mind. Let's switch back to the cross then. Because the cross is increased invincibility after taking damage. Which, I could really use those frames, actually. I could seriously use that. What's over here? There's a couple ways to go. And wait. I saw some. Okay, it's just the axe that hasn't enchanted. You mending. Don't need those actually. Believe it or not. Oh. Nope. Not allowed. Not even a shot. Not a chance. Another professional room that has also been broken. Lovely. Water bucket. No, thank you. There's a way over here, maybe. I break the cobwebs. No. No. Just enough that it tricks me. Every time, without fail. Yeah. I'm getting more string that I do not want. Okay, and then let's go this way this time. I'm just gonna do this. Is there even anything down here? There seems to be. No. Get rid of those. Why would that have brick? That's a thing. That's a player house. Oh, no. No? Why was there brick there? Why was there a brick there? Why did that occur? What? Okay. I guess. Oh, I'm already low on food again. Thank you, stream loot. Zombie that I hear. Please be a mimic. Please. Oh. Oh, cake. I'll place down a cake. I can't eat the cake. I just ate. Ratatouille keeps you absolutely stuffed, and while I adore it, it means I can't really eat anything else after. Head down, I guess. There's another one. Mimic. Oh, you're just trapped. Not anymore. I don't need anything of that. And that's a dead end. And what's over here? Nothing. There's several more levels on this one? What the hell? Oh, the stupid goblin. I just want to loot the stronghold. Another staircase down. Stupid. Get away. I can't roll when I'm midair. We're trying to spam the roll, but it doesn't work. I've still yet to properly use the roll at all. Not once have I used it correctly. I've just been using it to zoom around. Me up. And I'm gonna assume the Endermite's in here. Where? Buddy. Okay. Whatever, I'm not gonna bother with it. Sharpness, looting 2, don't need it. Another mending book. Lots of mending in here. And does that mean I've gone through all of this now? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Let me out! I just want to escape. So that's the entirety of the library. Let's go back up. The stupid waterlogged hell. The next place I want to hit, there is a actual, what is meant to be underwater spot of the stronghold. I don't quite remember the way I need. That's to the bottom portion. I don't actually quite want to go there yet. It's in here and then to the right. This is an underwater section. Please be a mimic. Yes! Yes! Snorkel. Let's add that to the bingo. Snorkel. Very appropriate for this area. Okay, that's 2 more on the board. Allows the wearer to breathe underwater. You know what? Yeah. We'll switch to the... No, I don't want to throw that out. I just wanted to switch to the snorkel. I like the idea of breathing underwater. That is actually very good for me. Silverfish hiss, but we don't care about them. I just want to check this area for loot. There is actually a silverfish spawner in this area, though. There we go. And then there's a section right here. Is there anything here? Do I have Depth Strider? Yes, I do. Okay, hold on. Let's... Tool leveling table. I have all the bones back home. Let's put a temporary waystone down. Temporary, we go back to the Skele farm. Hi, Framk! Patricia! Okay, and we grab tool leveling table. Because I want to zoom. We're going to use a bunch of bones in order to accomplish this. I want to leave myself just a little bit, though, if I ever need ratatouille. Or actually, no, we learned that bone meal is a hack for this. So, a stack of bones is 640. A stack of bone meal is also 640. So, 1 stack of bones becomes 1920. In essence, bones are broken for the tool leveling table. If you have a Skele farm, you have infinite tool leveling stuff. That is, until you reach the cap. Or the cap, because you can only have 9,600 worth at a given time because of the stacks. But still, that's pretty good. I want to increase Depth Strider to, like, 10. There we go. Is that enough? No, 1 more. Una más. There we go. Depth Strider 10! Of course you're live when I'm about to go to therapy. I've been live for like an hour and a half! I've been here for a good minute. I don't know what you're talking about. Words, words, words. You're saying words as well. I don't know what you want from me. I've been live. I put the notification out. Not my problem you didn't see it. If you want to know when I'm live, maybe you should pay attention to the notification. Boop, boop, boop. We have gotten our ratatouille so far. And now I'm just upgrading a few things before we go back into the stronghold. I've been buying furniture. Ooh, nice. Watching streams and driving is not safe, Mr. Mushroom Man. This is like barely... This is like a train of thought thing. Early into my streaming career, I did have a truck driver that used text-to-speech and watched the streams. I don't know what they're doing anymore, but... It's been a minute since I've seen them. I still think about them. I think it's so cute and funny. You know what? Let's upgrade Feather Falling, because that's actually smart. Can I get it higher than 6, though? Let's use the diamonds, actually. Why not? I just want to get you... No, that's not enough. I have a lot of blocks of redstone. Hold on. I don't need blocks of redstone. That was enough for 1 more level. I just want to get you to 10. Gold, then emeralds. There we go. Depth Strider, and Feather Falling 10. I got a desk, though. Hell yeah! Nice. What kind of desk? I haggled it from 40 to 30. Ooh, nice. I still have the steak in my inventory. That's great. I love when you can get a good deal on a desk. I got very lucky with the desk I currently have. This is a standing desk that I had my eye on for a long-ass time. And on my birthday, I got some gift cards for Amazon. I got this off of Amazon. And the day of my birthday, it happened to be on sale. It went from like 120 down to either it was 100 or only 80. And so I got that with the gift cards, and then also got the shelf I have next to my stream setup. And they actually really match, and I love it. And you know what? Let's... Yeah, let's... All of our stuff is mending right now, so let's... do this. Give me that block back. There we go. Boop, boop. And then throw anvil back up. I can't tell. Okay, that's first person. I just want to repair everything real quick. So I'm not worried about them falling apart while I'm out and about. It's a thrifted... Is that a pumpkin? It's a thrifted... Yep, that's a pumpkin. It's a thrifted, cheap, laminated wood one, but has a place to put the PC under the desk with a keyboard part, so that's a... Adjustable? I'm gonna assume that's adjustable. That's great. Nice. For the longest time, my family in, like, the living room, we have this giant, like, L hutch desk. So, one side of it is a hutch. The front is a computer area, and then there's also a side piece. It's meant to be like a full corner desk. And for the longest time, it actually had a little spot underneath for the keyboard, but everybody in the house hated it to the point that someday, years ago, or a little while, not a little while ago, some years back, I think my mom or my dad just straight up unscrewed it from the underneath the desk and took it off. Everybody in the house hated it. My ride is late. Oh dear. You just get off of work. This is... My boots are gonna take forever to mend, aren't they? Get punked. So I'm chilling here. Hell yeah. I have lemonade. And we have a lot of ratatouille now. I finally got it back. Also, the stacks are back to normal, because I'm assuming that's what's causing the issues with the graves. And we got several more artifacts. We have gotten 2 more today. The Scarf of Invincibility. Scarf of Invincibility. And then the snorkel that I'm currently wearing. I'm still hoping that we can get the straw hat, which is a villager hat, is actually what it's named. And then the kitty cat boots, aka the kitty sneakers, slippers? Kitty slippers. I have strawberry milk. Ooh. That sounds good. I can go make that right now, because I have strawberry syrup. I'm finishing this first. Also, I'm surprised I'm surprised I'm so chill today, considering I had this. I had 3 cups, as in this cup, of coffee today. My very lovely Vietnamese/French cold brew. Or not cold brew, I just did it in a pot, but my favorite brand of coffee, which is pretty good caffeine. Okay, this is almost fully... Oh. Thank you for that. Everything is almost fully repaired. I just want a pretty inventory. I want my pretty inventory. There we go. And then all I have to do is fix the bow. Okay, pretty inventory accomplished. Let's go. Eat the last of this stack of ratatouille. Num 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 num. And then move that down. We go back to that temp 1. And now everything is also repaired. Fantastic. There's nowhere to sit outside and Kai's hands are full, so I look like I'm squatting to take a fat on the concrete with my arms full. Oh dear. How do I get up there? You know what? I have the ability. I'm gonna climb. None of those are artifacts. My slime balls! So there were slime balls in the stupid stronghold. Oh, you suck! You have an idea how long I was looking for those? It was like a hour. Just looking for some stupid leads. I really should have just looked the loot for a slime ball and not the loot for a lead. Don't need that. None of those are artifacts. I just need artifacts. I just need artifacts. I want more mimics. A table opened. Hell yeah. Go sit down. Have a good sit. There's nothing here. I got better depth strider and it doesn't even matter. I'm like 0.05 times faster. And it still is slow through the water. This is lovely. I adore this. I am very quickly regretting this. I mean, there's a chest right there. The reason I want to go through this area is because it's objectively just easier than the others. Because it's full of drowned, but drowned AI doesn't work during the day. It just flat out doesn't. It won't attack somebody if it's daytime, even if you're in a dark area. So, nighttime, it kind of sucks. Daytime, you're fine. You are safe. You are the safest you can possibly be in this entire stronghold. It is nighttime, though, so let me sleep real quick. Then I don't have to deal with them at all. You may not rest now. There are monsters nearby. You suck. Oh, you suck. There we go. Lovely. There we go. Okay. And I'm gonna use some of the levels I have to upgrade my damage again. Yeah, because he's right here. He ain't gonna attack me. He doesn't know the meaning of the word. He does not have the brain cell today. He doesn't know what to do. He sees me, but he doesn't know what to do about it. The bridge of my nose keeps twitching. Ooh. I imagine that's uncomfy. There's a chest! How get chest? Chest. Get out of my way, sir. I need the chest. Also, they're easy XP, which is a bonus. There's an Eye of Ender, okay. I don't need anything in there, though. It's driving me crazy because it's not even an area I can manually twitch. Ooh, yeah. That sounds like it sucks. That sounds like it sucks a lot. I am sorry. Oh, there's a creeper. Oh, trident. No, you're not allowed. I think with having protection and then all of my stats, I am mostly... I don't want to say I'm safe. I made that mistake before. I don't want to say I'm safe. I don't want to feel overpowered. I just want to feel secure. And that's kind of hard to accomplish in this mod pack sometimes. And that's all I can accomplish here. I'm not sure if this area is quite worth it. Because there are chests, but because of how slow I am to get through anything, I don't think it's worth going through this area. Even though it's easier. It's still slower. I'm getting like 3 frames a minute view, so I'm gonna go before my phone crashes. Oh no, okay. Bye-bye, have a good day. Good luck with ride. Let's head downstairs over this way. Because I did that prior to find leads, and we handled it pretty well. I'm just actually gonna go for artifacts this time. And let's set a spawn point there, because that's a smart move. I don't remember... Okay, I know we've been through this room. I think this was the last one I went down. So okay, we didn't go through here. I was about to say I'm secure in saying that we've accomplished the upstairs. I did not want the glowstone. I want the golden apple. I was about to say I'm secure in saying, oh, we completed the upper floor, but not anymore. There's chests around. That means there's a golden apple. That means something. Enderman. Okay. Alright. I'm not gonna worry about it. No. I don't trust anything. I don't trust none of y'all. Okay, let's drop these off here. And then those are more resources that I don't need. There's a lot of good stuff in this stronghold. I'm not doing typical survival runs, so I haven't had the inclination to actually go through and loot it. Oh. Among Us. Among Us. I'm so happy I added the heads. It's a small thing, but it is a wonderful thing. Do I get a bunch of iron golems in here? Just for the lulz? I think that'd be fun. What over here? Pumpkins. Chest of nothing. You know what? We're adding this to my loot. Throw it up there then. This way. Nothing. I love my little pitter-patter footsteps across this, though. That's genuinely great. I do adore that. Oh, this stupid room. With the bunches of redstone for no particular reason. And full of dead ends. Because that's what we need out of this room. Dead ends and a giant pile of redstone. Okay. There was another way to go over here. That has this room. This has the Enderman. Oh. I'm gonna use the chains to help me get across this. Never mind. That did not work out. Nope. I really do not trust myself to even walk across this. Nope. Okay, great. There's, way down there. Let's go down here first. This way, nothing. And there's only an Enderman in the center room there. So, let's go underneath to this. Anything around here? There's a down part. But there's nothing in it. Just more dead ends. I'm trying to think what would be the next best choice. Because I don't know. I don't want to go to the Nether. I've barely handled the overworld, honestly. And then there's nothing up here. And I'm out of food again. I have barely gone through any ratatouille this entire time, by the way. I am loving that fact. I am adoring it, actually. Okay. And there's nothing in this room. Okay, then we can start heading the downstairs portion of the stronghold. I've had better luck with the random mimics that have appeared from chess more than anything else, and they've consistently come from these little player houses. Oh, I need to head downstairs, right? Get rid of that. Oh, you're chilling there. Goodbye. Let's start on this corner and then wrap around. It says the farthest I can go. Nope, I hear that. I'm extreme. Okay, there we go. Get rid of you. I don't even know what this is. I don't know if this is another... Okay, this looks like another structure that's crossed over. That does not look like the stronghold in any form or fashion. Okay, it's just stone. Okay. No, okay, golden apples, actually. Golden apples is the one thing I'm willing to loot right now, because it's the only thing I need anymore, aside from the artifacts. Oop. Oop. And then back around. I'm not sure how exactly to go about... No, golden apples. It's not like I can strictly look for the mimics either. I don't think that's really a thing you can do, and there's no chest in this room. It's the most I can do at this point. I think the only other thought I have as a way to go would be the mansions. Because that would have a lot of loot for us, and then I could also get totems. The problem is actually surviving one. But I think it is something we could handle. I'm pretty sure there wasn't, but yeah. No, oh, there is a chest. Okay, I did almost miss that, but there's nothing in it. Aside from the golden apple. There's no artifact in it. I am not being fooled for this room again. It was that room last time that caused so many silverfish that my stream crashed. I am not falling for that again. No. Anywhere to go from here? No. Okay. Can you specifically search for the player houses? I don't know if I can search for that with the compass. That's definitely... because that's the #1 way it's Waystone Towers. And the little player camps have been how I've been getting the artifacts. And then 1 from a mineshaft. And 2 from a pillager tower. That's how I've gotten everything so far. I don't know if there's like a really good way you can try and even attempt to... What? It is a mimic! Oh, you're a mimic! Yes! Aquadashers. Okay. Walk on fluids while sprinting. I mean, I don't have anything else on my feet. Let's add to this. Where's the Aquadashers? Here. We have 2 different ways we can get a bingo now. We could either get, what are those? Artifacts are closer to the top, if I remember right. We could either get the Cloud in a Bottle and the Digging Claws, or the Kitty Slippers and the Villager Hat. Because it needs to be 6 in a row. So yeah, those are 2 ways we can get a bingo right now. I want to continue going through underground structures just in case I come across more player houses like that. I think that's the only, like, real strategy you can do with this. Because it's all up to chance. The only thing that hasn't been chance of, like, looting a chest is when the mimics spawn. And those seem to consistently spawn from these player houses. Nothing in there. That. No. Nothing. I think it's the #1 way to go about this is absolutely the mimics. Wait, hold on, golden apple? No. There's a lot of good stuff in there, but none of it's something I want. I don't need the diamonds, I have good stuff. Okay. Maybe I look for more mineshafts, I guess? Or go through caves? Something like that. Have I been... I've been through so many of these iron golem rooms, it's hard to tell when I've been through one or not. I feel like I've been through this one, though. Oh, okay. That feels new. But I don't... I saw the Enderman there. Okay, whatever. I saw Enderman eyes, I swear I did. And then there's this room again. But there's only gold in the middle, and I'm not breaking through silverfish-infested blocks to get to it. Yeah. Yeah. I think the only strategy you could even possibly attempt to employ, is not dying, and hoping that you come across a player camp underground that has a mimic. Because those have been the only thing that consistently have given me artifacts. The other thing is Waystone Towers, but I'm pretty sure you can't look for that with a structure compass. I have no idea if you can look for the player camps with a structure compass, but I could potentially hope. Because while I have now gotten 3 artifacts from the stronghold, it's not actually been from the stronghold at all, it's been from the player camps. And I'm back in here, okay. Llama spits, that means more things are spawning, wonderful. I'm pretty sure I've already been through this. So many rooms start looking alike that it's hard to really enjoy going through this, because it all feels like the same pattern. And it's starting to become really hard to tell if I have been through anywhere or not. But I think I'm just about done with the stronghold. And I'm looting so little, it's also hard to tell from that, either. Beautiful obsidian room, but there's nothing here. Not gonna worry about it. Just keep going. Okay, that's about it here. There's like a little bit more I can go through, but no, that is it. That's it for the stronghold. So there is technically more I can do upstairs. But I feel like it'd be more useful to go somewhere new at this point. And maybe look for a nearby stronghold, and look for a nearby mineshaft to spawn. Because that seems to be the best way I've gotten stuff. Mineshaft, I could go through more caves and actually have a chance of really getting anything. Caves in general is just the way to go, honestly. Caves means I can find the player camps, means I can I don't need to go to the 3rd floor. I've already done this before. Caves means I can go through mineshafts. Mineshafts means I can go through more caves. I can find more of those player camps. And they may have mimics. That is the only real hope right now. I'm teleporting around so much, I still don't want to bring Framp and Patricia with me, just so they stay safe. Let's, I guess, start upgrading health again. I can get to 100 health by the end of this, I suppose. Nearby caves. I know I've seen some big caves around. There was that one giant cave I saw, but that was way far out. Oh. And I don't trust myself to not die out there. So let's just use the compass. We're gonna look for mineshaft. Search group. Nearest mineshaft, is it the mushroom one? Mineshaft lush this way, okay. I'm not I might actually know which one that is. I'm not entirely sure of that, but I might actually have already gone through it. But we'll trust it. Whatever way I can make it into a cave. Hey, hold on. Where does it say that is? 327.84. Okay, that is a new one. It's about this general area. Okay, we can go to that. I haven't been there yet. Oh wait, I can breathe underwater now. Oh, glug glug glug. Oh, glug glug glug. We are good. Oh, that means I could probably go through this. No, no, no. You're not allowed. I am powerful. Oh, that guy dropped a turtle helmet. I saw that. I saw that go in my inventory. Oh, these are all trap chests, too. Oh, but there... No, there is a... There is stuff. And all of that is disconnected. Making sure it is. Oh, that's a cool banner. But the most useful thing I've gotten here is the turtle helmet. Is that Microsoft? Is that a Microsoft banner? Okay. Yeah, no, I don't need anything here. Goodbye. I'm not sure if I'm faster than a boat or not. I can't tell. I really can't tell. I'm just gonna, yeah. We're just gonna, ice boat. Yep. 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 Da-da-da. Oh. Oh no. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Can I make it through? Can I go this way? Am I allowed? Yes. No. No, I'm not. Okay. Whatever. There's a thing down there, but I don't care. I have a feeling this might... It's 200 away. I have doubts that this thing will... I run on water! That's right! Because of the thing! If I'm sprinting, I run on water! I've already forgotten about my own artifacts. Let's show let's show these boots. Do. Just a little plaps. It sounds like a duck coming out of the pool and running across cement. Adorable. I love this. This is great. This is fantastic. Oh, it's like right here. Yeah, it's like right here. Okay, so it is underground. How's a thing right there, though, so might as well. I mean, if it is, why not? Okay. And... oh, I can't see. I can't see through the backpack. Lush caves. How? Where? I would like to go to them. Oh, they're there. Come on. I wish to participate in these so-called caves. It says it's like 3 this way. And like right here. Yeah, it's 0 at this spot. So where, pray tell, is the mineshaft? Excuse me? Did I just... I'm a shulker. Okay, I can break things with a I can break stone with a shovel. Okay. I don't know... why is that a thing? Like, I know I can break things with my fist. Why? This is faster than my pickaxe. This is just faster than my pickaxe. Okay. Where is this mineshaft? Where are we going? Is it above me? Is it above me? No, it's not. Oh, damn. I should have just waited literally 2 more seconds. And I would have gotten my answer. Lovely. What are... oh, it's a little guy. Here, have my items. You look like you need them. Oh, I don't know. Okay, mineshaft. Let me through. Are there any player houses? That's kind... that's kind of what I need. I just want artifacts. Artifacts. Oh right, I have those speedy boots. Nope. Oh, whoa. Arrow. Copper backpack. Could it have an artifact though? No, it has literally nothing. Run across the water. Run across the water. Nothing in it. Come on, let me through! You suck! You suck! This is a good cave. But I'm not seeing any player buildings. I'm not seeing any player camps. Now you are going to suck. Never mind, okay. Just did not happen at all. Oh, hi guys, how are you? Oh, you're 36 health. You're fine. You're A-okay. You are just okay. While we're down here, I will put down a waystone just as a temporary thing. Name it Lush Cave. So if I do die, we can have that handled. And I don't have to travel a long way to get back. Yeah, we don't care about you. I care about finding more player camps. I still love the ambiance. It is one of my favorite things about this entire mod pack. Oh, you got you got a wooden sword, ain't that cute? Cool banner, but this is not the wrong that I'm collecting banners, I'm collecting artifacts. Oh, wait. Is there a chest? Mimic! Yes! Golden hook. Okay, where is that? We could get a bingo that way too now. It would take 3 more, but we could get the umbrella. That necklace. What are those things? Hold on. What are those things? What's that? If we get the umbrella, the flame pendant, and the night vision goggles, then we could also have a bingo that way. Okay, okay. So this is absolutely the way to go. You have to go after the mimics. You just gotta be powerful enough to do it, too. Because they are just as leveled as everything else. Increases experience dropped by creatures. Okay, hold on, we're putting that in the other hand. Yeah, I don't really like seeing the items too much. They're cool, I love the effects, but seeing them in first person, they really just don't mix with my character. They really don't. The belt looks cool, it mixes really well with the stuff I got going on. But otherwise, not really. I'm gonna lose that waystone 100%. I'm never seeing that waystone ever again. We're already so far away from it. I should just save my respawn point at whatever player camps we find. That could be a good call. Is that an ice mineshaft? What the hell is that? Where have I gone at this point? I want to know what that thing is. What are you? What are you? Is this the bottom? This is the bottom of a... This is the bottom of a ice thing. Of a ice thing? Iceberg. I'm almost positive that's literally just the bottom of an iceberg. Okay. It just phased through into the cave. Cool, good to know. Whoop. Break my legs, why don't I? Not seeing too much. I kind of left that giant cave and now I'm just going through small ones. That's not too helpful. We're gonna leave that waystone behind. Alright, I should go to it and take it back. And then we can wait for... Excuse me. I want to talk. And we're gonna wait for the warpstone to... We're gonna wait for the warpstone's cooldown, and then use the warpstone to get out of here. I'm just gonna travel through this thing again and try and find some new things. Hopefully. Y'all should know, you're just going to die. Like, I hope you guys learn that really quickly. I know it's inevitable, I die too, but a lot of you gonna die first. Okay. Why is there an arrow up there? Why is that a thing that has occurred? Oh. There's something down there that I didn't explore. I am taking way more damage than I need to. And it just circles back around. Okay. Not helpful. Still no other player camps. Granted, I have just re-gone through my steps, so of course there's not going to be new ones, but... I could still hope I missed something. But I have not. It is just the same. I appreciate the amethyst around, but... They don't even get a chance. Oh, this is just up here. Okay. I mean, I can go through water caves now. I don't know... Would a player camp spawn in an underwater cave? I can survive these now, so they're fine for me, but... Is this new stuff? Or is this place I've already been? Kind of new, not really. You know what I should start doing? Is I should... No, I can't switch. Okay, never mind. Oh, here's a mineshaft. Oh, this is the lush mineshaft I was going through. Yeah, we're just back here. I mean, might as well. I could always get something from it. Oh, no. Okay, looks like I'm going this way. I'm not sure why I'm hearing so many zombies. No. Wait, this is an artifact! I didn't even pay attention to that! The wearer becomes temporarily immune to fire damage when hurt by fire. I didn't even realize that was an artifact! Good thing I came back round. Technically that's a bingo, but I want 6, not 5. So, not... Yes, but no. It has to be a full 6. If we're doing a 5x5 bingo sheet, that'd be fine, but no, we're not. This is not that. Okay, lovely. I don't know how I did not pay attention to that at all. You're a mimic! You're a mimic! You're a mimic! You dropped boots again! I already have that! Oh, we're gonna start running into this problem, aren't I? I'm gonna start getting artifacts I already have. You know what? I'll keep it anyway. We can see what I get the most of by the end of this. I can't believe I just completely ignored the straight-up artifact in front of my face. There's another one. There's another one. Are you a mimic? You're a mimic! You're a mimic! Okay, Charm of Sinking. The wearer can move freely in water. You actually... Hold on. This actually is good stuff. If I was playing normally, but I'm not. Okay, so caving is absolutely the way to go for this. We have another way I can get a bingo. I don't know how I'm gonna get a bingo anymore. I thought it was clear as day. We were gonna get hopefully get a villager hat and get this and get your mimic. No, you're not. Okay. I was trying to destroy the TNT, but whatever. Is anything here? Are you a mimic? No. That's sad. I want to stick around here for a little bit then. I found several mimics, or several artifacts in this cave alone. I was gonna leave, but now we're doing great. I still love... Walk. There's another thing over there. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I need to get around there. I need to get over there. How do I get over there? I saw that. Let's get down and then get back up. I see you. I see you. You're definitely not a mimic, but you're still could be an artifact. I guess climb up this and then use a water bucket and slowly rock climb my way around this. Okay, remove all that. Make this area safe for me to handle. Yeah, you are definitely not a mimic. I'm surprised the TNT didn't go off at any point. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Okay. This is such a cool space, though. It says across the liquids. It's called aquadashers, but across fluids. No. I tried. No. That little tick of damage is enough to dissuade me. I mean, with the cursed skull, that could actually probably work, but I don't want to try it. We could try it at the end, just for the fun of it. That's a player house over there. That thing is a player house. Also, we finally hit a good cave. Hello! This spot's gorgeous! I love it! Is there any more player camps around? Not seeing any, aside from the player house. Oh, and there's lava down there. That's so cool. All of this area is just cool. Nope. Nope. Okay, let me get up there. No, no, no. Excuse me. No. And we're just the right area that I am handling all of this really easily. Which is fantastic. On Depth Strider, I already have that. I'm sorry. And how get up? Right here. Oop. There we go. Come on! I just need things. This is a different one than the last one I saw. Respawn point set. You are not trapped. You. No. Okay. Oh, I have a respawn point out here at least. Whoa. Oh. Oh, an axolotl. You're coming along with me, buddy. Let's go, buddy. Let's go, best friend. You're my friend now. I don't know what to name him. I really don't. Not a clue. Henry? I like Henry. Henry sounds great. Hold on, let's change this to a bucket of Henry. Henry. When I do get all the artifacts, I genuinely want to make a house for the pets I've collected along the way. Let's keep Henry safe. There's another one there, but we don't care. We have Henry. That's all we care about, is Henry. We're really low down now. We're almost at bedrock, actually. I don't know if player camps spawn this low, but I can certainly hope for it. But I have yet to see any so far. We've usually seen them much higher up, but then again, I haven't gone caving this low yet. So I am not seeing anything. I'm seeing diamonds and mobs, but no mimics. There's a camp over there. There's a camp over there. I see it. I see it. I see it. Be a mimic. Be a mimic. Be a mimic. You're normal. I've never been so disappointed by a chest. Wait. Mimic? Mimic! Snorkel! I already have that. And then you're just a dungeon. Get rid of you. And there's... there's no... Let me up! I forget this one cheaps out on the barrels. You know what, let's actually check the backpack. Backpack, nothing. Build an apple, take it. There's another one, another one, another one, another one, another one. Please be a mimic. It's a normal boy. I need mimics! Oh, there's anvil. You know what? Yeah. Can you repair an anvil like that? No. I was hoping you could do the same as you could with tools. They should make that a patch. They should add that. That'd genuinely be a fun little thing that no one would notice for ages, because who the hell would do that? Insane people like me, that's who. Hi, do you want to keep spinning? No? Okay. Bye-bye. Another thing. Finally I see a stupid slime. Where were you when I needed you? Screw you, are you a mimic? No. You have a diamond pick, but I don't need that. I need artifacts. Save my spawn. The cave just keeps opening up too. Oh no, we just looped around. Okay. How much farther out can this cave go is the question. Oh, a lot farther out. Oh, a lot farther out. A lot more. I was about to leave, but no. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a cave. How big is this friggin' cave? Like, I appreciate it. This is not a complaint in the slightest. This is a statement in awe. This is a prayer, a plea to know what I'm in for. Okay. I thought I saw stonework, but no. Jeez. Okay, lovely. I severely appreciate it. Just very, very awestruck. Very, very much so awestruck. Yeah, that's a cave. That do be a cave. Oh, that's a cool spawn animation. That was cool. I hate the spider sound still, but that was cool. We're leaving the major cave. So let's go through this pretty thoroughly first, and then come back to that area. I don't even know if it'll let me because it's carpet. Oh, it did. Great, cool. Not you. Yeah, and you don't have an underneath section. What about you? Aqua Dashers again. I now have 3 pairs of Aqua Dash. Superstitious hat again. Night vision goggles. I don't actually need those, but those are on our list. Okay, okay. Then I just need the... Then I just need Flame Pendant and Umbrella for that kind of bingo. Oh, you poor thing, you're stuck. I can't even hit you, I'm sorry. You just kind of have to suffer. I'm not using the warp stone right now, so let's throw that back in my inventory. Also, for a second, hold on. A lot of this has been memorized, so let me unmemorize that. And maybe I can start organizing this a little bit by where items go. You're the only belt. You're a bunch of helmets. Okay. There we go. I like that a little bit better. I could actually, like, move this over one, but... Actually, you know what? This is a kind of stupid way to handle it. I just realized I'm doing this kind of stupidly, because I can instead... I don't need a block of this. Like so. And now I have more room for all of these. And then I can do a lot more of that. Yeah. I don't really need obsidian, do I? Not, like, immediately useful, anyway. Ender pearls are a little bit different, because they can be useful. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay. And then I want to memorize all of those. And the rest of these really don't need to be. Actually, I should organize this further. Move the Endermite head down there. Move such like so. Yep. And then the extra damaged anvil can come down here too. And then I can also memorize those. I still haven't really gone through a lot of my ratatouille either. I am very proud and happy of that one. Because that has been extremely useful. Nether boy? No. And then this has zombie villagers, but also has a chest that has nothing for me. But you're cool. I love one-shotting everything. It's great. It is fantastic. Nope. Nope, 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 not this way. This is not a way for me to go. I guess we can go around some of these ways, but I'm not seeing any obvious... I'm not seeing chests in general. Granted, I don't think I could see them from that far, because if I go over here, yeah, they start disappearing. So I do have to go close. I'm out of food. I'm out of hunger. There's a TNT one up there. But yeah, okay, there is actually nothing. Alright, is there anything down here? No. It seems like a big old no. Unless that's more cave this way, but I think this just goes back around to that other area I was trying to go up. No? New spot? New thing? No, dead end. Okay. Lemonade done, back to water. Okay. Come on, I just need a few more artifacts. This cave has been amazing so far. We've gotten extra artifacts than we actually need. You know what this cave feels like? It feels like the Ice Age movie where they go underground and all the dinosaurs are there. That's what this feels like. I don't remember which one that was. I think it was like 2 or 3 or something. I know I have it. I just don't remember what it's called. Ice Age Dawn of the Dinosaur, I think. Something like that. And there's nothing over here. This occurred to me, I could probably one-shot Enderman pretty well, too. That'd be fun. Okay, let's see, what can I do? Where can I go from here? This would be a lot easier if I could fly, but I can't. So... that area over there looks like it could be good, so let's try that. And I had actually gone through this part to see if there were any chests. But I'm not seeing any. That's fine. So let's go up here. Hopefully there's some player camps up here and I can get me some mimics. Mimics! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. Is there a mimic? No, you're normal. Wait, you had kitty slippers. Is that... okay, that's dirt underneath you. Oh wait, kitty slippers! We almost have a bingo. All I need is a straw hat, and I have a bingo that way. I have so much... I've gotten so much stuff out of this. It's almost crazy. That's great. It's insane, but it's great. So these camps are #1 way to go. I don't even know if this is a part of the... I don't know if this is a part of the artifacts mod. I think it is. But I swear I've seen these outside of artifacts. So maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it is 100% the best way to go if you want artifacts. Mine shafts and caves. That is just the way to go. Ooh, I don't need a golden apple. You better be a mimic. You're a mimic. I already have that, bro! I already have that. Wait, snorkel's part of the heads. Okay, hold on. There we go. Oh wait, because I have a scarf over there, that's why. Okay. There we go. Trying to somewhat organize this. I'm gonna reorganize this so much. It's not even funny. Okay. Oh, hello. Goodbye. There's something there. It's probably just another dungeon, but I'm willing to look. I'm gonna have so much trouble with this for no reason. Boop. Oh, of course. There we go. No! Let me destroy the thing. There we go. Hello, boys. Goodbye. Alright. Quick little... No, I want those blocks. Oh, no. No. Okay, goodbye. Pretty please. More camps, more mimics. I need mimics. Mimics? Mimic. That's a dead end down there. I can't tell if that goes into more or not. It doesn't look... No, that goes more. Okay. No. Is there anything over this way? This is definitely not a great spot for a player camp, but... let's still hope. I realized something that's kind of a cheat. If I look on the minimap, it will show me lights in the caves. And the player camps almost always have lit campfires. So I'm pretty sure. No, not really. Okay. We can see that mine shaft over there, but you can't really see where there are player camps. Okay, never mind. Good. I'm almost thinking I want to go to a new cave. Because this one's been amazing, but we are absolutely hitting a dead end at this point. Excuse me. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir. No. Not allowed, I'm afraid. You're living in my world, not yours. There's this mimic back here that we were at. Wait, no? This is new. But it still doesn't have anything. I assumed I'd gone through this one, but apparently not. Or I just flat out didn't see it. Jeez, okay. Have we gone... I don't know which way we came from at this point. So we've gone through so much. It's kind of hard to tell. I know we came from somewhere to get here. Where am I in this? That is a giant cave system. But I think we've gone through the majority of it at this point. Unless we want to go up over here and then break through the wall to get to that other section. It's partly underwater, but there are some parts that aren't. That could be helpful. Yeah, right through here. Yep. Yeah. We break through here, it should lead to a new section. Yeah. Simple as that. Now, question is, can I find some lovely mimics? Mimics. No, that's... What? Why is there honeycomb down there? What the hell? It's just a bee cave. Okay. I didn't want to go through the walls. I just wanted to look down and see if this was indeed a dead end, which it is. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to seriously cheat, I just wanted to save time. Haven't we been in this exact spot? I feel like we have. There's a thing up there, hold on. Have we been here? You're normal. Golden apple. We have not been here, but it feels awfully familiar for not being here before. And I'm running out a new cave to go through. Oh, no. Need to get up here. Yeah. Okay, I think we've exhausted the new cave. Okay, let's take warpstone. Let's go back to spawn. We got a lot from there, but I still need more. So... caves. There was still that giant one out at Ray, but I feel like we'd have a better shot going out in this direction. Wait, how far out is that? That's a 1500. How far? Oh, it's the stronghold. That's about 2,000, 3,000 out. So I want to go... We haven't really gone directly north. It's mostly underwater, but we haven't gone directly north. If I see a good cave out there, then let's go explore it. And go from there. Because I have no idea what's up north. And I no longer think the mansion would be a good call. I thought chests in general were the way to do this, but it doesn't actually seem like it. It seems like specifically mineshafts and underground loot is the way. There is actually specific chest loot attached to artifacts. Although, admittedly, I have found artifacts via other ways. The Waystone Towers. But Waystone Towers are purely modded structure. It's not actually linked to or based off of anything else. I can understand why I haven't found any artifacts actually in a stronghold chest. I found them in the stronghold via the player ruins. But I haven't directly actually found any in the stronghold. If we think about the chest I found them in, it's been the player camps, Waystone Towers, and mineshafts. And I think the Waystone Towers are purely just... I think the Waystone Towers are purely a coincidence. I don't think they actually matter. I think I just got oddly lucky with those. And Jacob and Rebecca, hello. I'm coming to look through your chests. You don't have anything for me. No, hold on. I want to run on water. That's a jungle underwater. You know, I'm willing to check that out. I haven't gone through one of those yet. I've gone through a lot of the jungle variations, but I haven't done that one yet. I can't see anything! Yeah, I don't care about you. I just want to go do... Pufferfish? That's interesting. That's clever. Is there nothing behind this? No, there is. Oh, this is where the pufferfish are. Also, one of them dropped a pufferfish head, I think. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, behind me. Okay. Oh, multiple pufferfish heads have dropped. Power and protection 3. Nah. I like what I got. Alright. Kinda worthless. Let's carry on. I'm hoping we get to land sooner than later. Oh no. No! No, I wanted to run across the water. What do you mean? Okay, screw you. We're not even 1,000 out yet. Because we have Terralith, looking up the seed doesn't quite matter. Because it's modded biomes as well, so it's not going to be accurate to an actual seed. I wish... Oh, hold on, there's a cave there. I can't even see the bottom of it. That's a cave. I can't see anything. I can't see a goddamn thing, but I know that's a cave. Is this just... This is just really deep ocean. Oh, that's cave. I mean, I can breathe infinitely. Might as well. There's diamonds, but we don't care about diamonds. I want to find a cave connected to this that is just so happens to be above water. This is so deep down. Oh, I'm lagging. Up to the surface. With how much ocean there is, I'm tempted to add some more things to the ocean and ocean structures. Because this is largely empty, and it would be great if there were more ocean structures. So I'll have to look into that and make a note of that. So that would be great to have. Oh, come on, let me aboard. Let me aboard. Thank you. Fish. And things. Okay. Now let's see how far we can actually run. I know a few mods that would be great for this, though. Great for all this ocean, that is. Even if I can get, like, Alex... I'm hesitant of adding any mobs, because I really like how it is right now. I'm really hesitant about that. But I feel like even just having some more ocean mobs and ocean creatures would be great. There's a cave right there. Oh, I can't see anything. After third person. Is that a lush cave or just a cave cave? It looks like just a cave cave. Also, look at the diamonds. Look at all those diamonds. We don't care about that. We just care about the player homes. That is genuinely a lot of diamonds, though. That's hilarious. But I don't need those. I just want player cabs. I'm just hoping. This has to be a cave, right? There has to be a cave under this? No? Yes! I was right! I'm gonna get all the creature spawns, though. Okay, we're at 80 health. But that's fine. This is about as far out as my Skelefarm is. But this is merely a... Yeah, it's everything is going to be spawning here. Because there's nowhere else for anything to spawn. There's not really any other caves around, though. That sucks. So, kinda yes, but kinda no. I think we have to get back to... Well, I guess structures can spawn underwater. That doesn't mean they're gonna really have anything. Okay. There was a pendant we got. I want to see how the charm of sinking works. Yeah, I should have figured, actually. Yeah. Yeah. I really should have figured that one. Okay. We get out of here and we go back to boating around. I need to get to new land. We need to find land and handle that. Yeah, the oceans are unfortunately rather boring. I need to find a way to go about fixing that. Because there are some structures, but there aren't a lot of structures is the issue. We passed land? Hold on. No, you don't get to come near me. Okay, let's go back to that. Because I completely missed that. I didn't even notice that. Oh, we're almost 3 hours. That's great. So right now, the to-do list for this mod pack. Go through and find what problems and bugs I've had with quality of life, gameplay, and actual glitches. Find those problems, and see what I can do about fixing it. And then I want variety of mobs, like variety of enemies, number 1. And second, second magic system. Third, I want to overhaul the ocean. Because the ocean is extremely boring, unfortunately. Is that a cave? No. No, it's not. Okay, yeah. Land's right... To be fair, I can't even... It shows it on the map. I can't see in my render distance at all. Is it not actually there? What do you mean? What do you mean there's land here? What? Game, you're crazy. Skylands. Skylands. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool, great. I mean, this would be really cool. That would be cool. Is that a cave? Is that? No, it's more of a dead end. Okay. Well, that's lovely. It's just... Cave? Is that a cave? No, it's not. It's just another ravine. It's just another valley. We've literally found, like, nothing out here. I'm just gonna go towards all this general area, because that seems like it'd be slightly higher leveled, but also have land. There's some poor soul in the water down there. A watery grave. Yeah. Quality of life things. I definitely have to remove the bigger stacks, unfortunately. I feel like that is... What the... Oh, that's a mineshaft. Wait, it's a mineshaft! That is an underwater mineshaft. Question is, would it... Okay. I'm not sure if the pendant of sinking would be useful here or not. Probably not because of going up and down the levels. I think this is a normal mineshaft. It's not like one of the Youngs. I think this is additional structures. And not a Young's mineshaft. Yeah. So I have no clue if this would actually have a chest or not. Because Young's mine shafts are the mine shafts we've seen this entire time. If we see anything like this, like I've seen an ice mine shaft, I'm pretty sure that's additional structures. And not actually. I'm stuck. I was hoping that way would get me out, but it just didn't. Okay, I want to go out. I want to escape. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. Let me out, please. It's not a way out. Oh, there's a chest. With an air block above it for some reason. You have good stuff. It's nothing that I need, though. So let me get out. Boop, boop. Continue on this way. There's 2 chests right there, though. Hold on. I'm willing to try literally anything. I one-shot them even with pickaxe. I mean, enchanted golden apple, we'll take it. What about you? You're not even letting me... Oh, there we go. Buried treasure map. You know what? Yeah, sure, why not? Where, pray tell, is the nearest land for this? Way southwest. Okay. At this point, I might as well just teleport over to here. What was... Azure blah 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 is what I wanted to go to. Oh. Leave me alone. Azure blah blah blah. There's Azure. And now we're too low for it. So there must be like some sort of island between here and there. Or maybe over this... I don't know, honestly. I want to fly. I want to fly, but I don't feel like dealing with the Ender Dragon. And the Nether, that'd suck. I'd rather not. I'd really, really rather not, actually. I'm not even making a dent in this. Oh, we're starting to move along the map. Okay, okay. I'm gonna assume we gotta head up and over this way. I love these boots so much. It's not even funny. Ooh, yeah, really head this way. Okay. I'm almost at it. Okay. What's over here? What's over here? What land is leave me alone. What land is over here that I'm missing? Yeah, I'm like right on it. It's directly west now. Is it this? Is it that all the way over there? Do I have to go back to the raid village? Oh no, we're almost on. We're almost there. That doesn't quite look correct for the area, though. I don't know where this is. I guess we'll find out when we start moving on the map, but... We're really close to be moving around this much on the map. So where... Is it this thing? I haven't passed over the X. I'm in the right spot for the X. I just haven't passed it yet. Let's stand on this ice. Eat. Run again. I have no idea where this could be. Is it here? Yes, I'm starting to load in stuff now. Have I made it all the way to the shore? It is over here. What? Oh, I'm confusing land and ocean again on the mini-map. That's why. So let's wait until I pass over the X. No. Okay, there we go. I'm on the map now. Jeez. Hi, sir. Stop doing that. Stop doing that, buddy. I don't appreciate it. It has to be, like, right in this area, yeah? I should have made a creeper blow up around here. That would have been helpful. And now we're gonna spend a half hour here as I slowly attempt to dig for this buried treasure. Oh, never mind, never mind, never mind. And it doesn't have anything I want. Great. Okay, let's go. Love that. Appreciate that. Okay, lovely. I kind of want to go back towards this pillager post. What was that? Village? Mormi? Something like that. Almost done recharging. I'm not going towards that village. I left a raid there. They can deal with it themselves. Actually, they probably can. I have villager guards. They probably can deal with it, actually. Yeah, there's the raid. Oh wait, I could get a totem out of this. Hold on. We're actually gonna stay here for a minute. I want a totem. Oh, there's a guy stuck in the house. Oh, multiple in the house. Okay, there we go. So that's part of the raid. Did they, like, get rid of most of the kids? Most of the villagers? Did they legitimately handle most of the village? Oh no, there's a guard villager over there. I saw him. There's a guard villager. He's running towards something. No, he just has his thing up. Okay. Oh, no. There's stuff over here. Okay. Hello! I've finally come back to help with this. I had a lot of important stuff to do, I swear. I had to go get my food. Ah, lovely rain. Can I dump this loot in one of your houses, please? Hold on, I need to dump loot. You guys have a chest? Yeah, you guys have a chest. Alright, Henry, stay safe in my inventory, please. Oh, I don't want to hurt the actual villagers, I just want to hurt the pillagers. I love how the witches just, like, fly away when you hit them, or when you kill them. Like they disappear with a poof. Like a balloon. Spawning over here again? Yeah. Nope. No. 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 A lot of you. No. No. Alright, wonderful. I'm gonna drop off more stuff again. Add to my health. Drop off items yet again. Is this literally the only This is the only enchanted golden apple I've gathered this entire time. Unless I lost the other ones at some point, which I likely did. I don't care about you. Where? Why? When? Here. Here's what. You gonna fall down? There we go, thank you. Okay. Oh no, they're so gonna get stuck down there. Let me get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Everybody up here? Everybody vibing up here? Yes. Where? Where? Oh. Oh, you're a guy. You the bad guy. Thank you. You're stuck. Too bad for you. There we go. Goodbye. How? Charm slot. Slot, charm. Charm! Wonderful. I have a totem now. You can't see him with my chest plate on. But there he is. Look at him. He's so cute. He's just chilling. That's adorable. I heard a Vindicator. Not in here. Yeah, are they stuck in the house again? Did you boys get stuck in the house again? Yeah. Oh, you poor things. There you go. One remaining. Here are the Vindicator murmurs, but I don't see. Villager mumbles. Did you get stuck upstairs? Oh no, you're right there. Okay. There's another wave? I thought I only had, one. I thought I only had Bad Omen 1. What do you mean there's another wave? Thank you, Kofi. Drop off extras. Where are you coming from this time? Where are we? You're right behind me, that's what. Oh, there's a... Okay, great. More totems for me. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Where? Did someone get stuck in a house again? You boys getting stuck in houses. There's a head. Who got stuck in a house? Come on, there's like one guy left, please. Oh. I didn't even see him die. Alright, hero of the village, yep. I am sorry about that. I shouldn't have left it for so long. I got a Vex head. Are the villagers lighting up fireworks? Okay. We have 2 totems now. Cool. Yeah, sure. 85 health. And then we need to go to Mimimur. Mimimur. Mimi. Mormur? Mormur sounds right. This Mormur? Yeah, this is Mormur. You! I was looking... Where are you? Where are you? I see... You! I was looking for you for ages. Corliss, I was looking for you. I can't see you, but I know you're there. I wanted your stupid leads ages ago, dude. You suck. I'm gonna sleep. You suck. You suck a lot, actually. You... Corliss, look me in my eyes. You suck. You too, as well. A reminder to not mess with me. Oh, you guys suck. I'm taking off this way. I'm half tempted to get a third dog and put all his points into being a player mount. Oh wait, hold on. Let's switch out the aqua for the bunny. There we go. The only use for the bunny slippers is simply their ability to survive fall damage. Hello, sir. How are you? I don't know Forest. Oh, I saved you from... Okay, yeah, your very fitting name. I saved you from the pillagers. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright, wonderful. The pillager camp that I went, no, I'm not gonna do that. No. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe I should have done that, like, right in front of you. If you guys have a bed, I would love to set a spawn point, actually. I mean, I have a totem now, but I would still love to do that. That is actually helpful for me. There are so many pillagers. There's so many allays here. I mean, obviously there's gonna be a lot of pillagers, but I'm surprised at the amount of allays there are. Because I've seen like 6 already. No. How get in? Where get in? Here get in. I have to watch out for Vindicators, though. They will still mess me up. Yeah, you. And you, and you. I accidentally got a chicken in that. I apologize. I did not want to hurt the chicken. I don't know why I'm even keeping the emeralds. I hear a Vindicator. I don't see him, but I hear him. Is he in here? He's a pillager. No. Bane, efficiency, sharpness, sharpness. Feel. Nah. Hello. Do you know where the other Vindicator is? Is he hanging out with you? Oh, he might be in that house. No, there's nobody in here. No, I still see Vindicator murderers. Murderers? Muttering. Where is the guy? Is he just hanging around right here? Where is this guy? What? I hear him, but I just don't see him. Where are you hiding, dude? I have a stack of emeralds. I don't need emeralds in the first place. I don't know why I'm gathering them. Okay. So from this pillager camp, we're just gonna try and find another cave, I guess. Because I have a feeling if I look for a mineshaft, it's gonna just tell me to go over here. I want to try and find some new stuff out this way. And hopefully, in that list of new stuff, will be... I don't know what that thing is. And hopefully in that list of new stuff will be a place that will actually have some mimics. Maybe I'm confusing the underground player camps for these player camps. Because I know for a fact that one is not artifacts. I think that's additional structures. Yeah, okay, let's continue heading out this way. We got so many from that one cave. And I'm really worried I have to go out to Raymer. But I don't think I'm powerful enough for that. I got one shot by a zombie. I do not think I'm powerful enough for that space. Because Raymer is like 2,000, 3,000 out. The Stronghold is only 2,000, 1,000 out. Which sounds like a load of bull and a bunch of random numbers, but they do matter. Hey, there's a zombie dungeon. You know what? Yeah, I'm willing to do that. That could actually lead me to a cave. Let's... I don't know, I'm not seeing any waystones nearby, so let's just pop one down. We're far northwest, so we just name it Northwest. And it already spawned in horribly. I can't wait for this one. This is gonna be great. I already feel it in my bones. No. You're not allowed. I killed him with my fist. That sucks for you guys. Why did that work? Why did punching him save me there? That should not... That... Can you have a one-punch build? With these stats. Also, hello, cave. Oh no, I'm lagging. Oh no, oh no. Okay, we leave. I'm lagging. I don't trust anything. We exit and we re-enter, because I am lagging. I wasn't hitting anything. I don't trust that. I don't believe in that. I'm not picking this up either. I can eat, but okay, there we go. There's the block. The water finally handled itself. Now let's try, and I just want to see if I can punch. Yes. You can efficiently make a one-punch build. You have to be extremely close to do it, but you can make a one-punch man build. 100%. That may become a goal of mine. Just to make the ultimate one-punch build. Okay, let's use this water so we can come back up later. That's hilarious. I love that. Okay. Do I even need the... Okay, the spear is good for damage and general speed. I can acknowledge that. But the fact I can still punch out people with my fist is hilarious. Like, this is a mimic. 2 punches, and he's dead. What did you drop? Another frickin' skull! Stop giving me skulls! I have 3 obsidian skulls now, and I'm still not using them. I prefer the antidote belt. That was the first thing I got. It's gonna be the thing I wear. I like it. Deep caves. Can I still... Yeah, I can just spam punch. I'm not sure how to feel about that. I'm really not sure how to feel about that. There's another one over there. I mean, hey, at least they're easy to spot in these kind of caves. It's a lot harder than the lush ones. Please have a mimic. You don't even... Okay, you do have a chest, and it's not a mimic. You have diamonds. I need artifacts. And my hand's cramping from holding my mouse. Ugh. I haven't even, like, stood up in 3 hours. That's great. That's good. That's fantastic. I love that. You are a spawner. Get punched. Get punched. Get punched. Why is this good? Why is that? That is not okay. That is not okay. I don't even need my spear. Why is that a thing? I understand, like, affects all my damage. I didn't think that also meant my fist. I don't know anymore. I really don't know anymore. Yeah, okay, yeah. I know I have a few real-life friends that I've told about this mod pack and they play it. I'm gonna I have a feeling one of them would love a one-punch build. One of them would. I know for a fact. I have to tell them about it after this stream. What the hell? Oh, ooh, cave. Huge cave. Okay, this is what I need. There's one over there. There's one over there. Why am I even grabbing my... I don't need my spear. We can punch everything. I don't... Get out of my face. I don't need my spear. Please be a mimic. You're not a mimic. Do you have anything anyway? No. No, no, no. No, out of my face. Also, it means I don't have to deal with the drops. I just get the XP. Because I have the hook. Literally, all I want is the XP. I don't care about you dropping good things. Out of my face. No. No. I wonder if there's a Origins class that would genuinely be good for a one-punch build. There's a bed. There's a bed. There's a bed. There's a bed. Out of my face. Didn't punch him enough. You are not. No, okay. Oh. Yeah, nothing else in here. Oh, right, beds are stupid and they're not actually half a block tall, they're just barely taller than a block and I hate it and I will always complain about it. Come on, no. Leave me alone. I just need the player bases. That's all I want. Come on. That's all. I'm seeing a lot of Endermen. That's cool. I'm curious how well I can fight an Enderman. That was an interesting sound effect. The answer is very well. I can very much so do that. Actually, you know what? We're gonna take the totem. We're gonna take the totem and put it in the shulker inventory as well. Because that seems like a good call. Okay, let's continue going this way, because I haven't seen any more player camps around the space. Wait, hold on, how does... Oh my god, they actually render you going across the layers. That's cool. I love that. That's great. And I'm out of food. I've already almost gone through half a stack of ratatouille. Imagine how many... Imagine how many hamburgers that would have been. I really hope there wasn't a mimic there. No, it's just a chest. I don't want to set my spawn point there, actually. That's not a smart move. We can go down here. Is there a good way from here to... There's a thing! Come on, let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up. There's two! Right next to each other! Okay, not you. You mimic. You're mimic! Yes, 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 yes! I already have that! You suck! You suck a whole bunch. A whole lotta. Okay. Oh, when did I get bad? Oh, probably because of, probably because of the pillager camp. I didn't even notice I got bad omen. That's a thing. Okay, please, just... I need more artifacts. I need more. Is there only certain... Is there only certain types you can get in certain places? So I've gotten all the underground ones? I feel like that could most definitely be a thing. And it's modded, so it most certainly could be. I'm gonna check that real quick. I feel like all of them would just be loot. But it could certainly be sectioned, oh, you can only get these in underground, you can only get these and these kind of things. Artifacts. Artifacts is a mod which aims to make exploration more rewarding by adding various powerful items that cannot be crafted. The items added by this mod can be found in chests and vanilla structures through archaeology or very rarely worn by entities. We do not have archaeology. All artifacts only have a few locations which they can be found, so go out and explore. Additionally, a new underground campsite structure has been added. Mimics occasionally spawn in these campsites instead of chests, which are dangerous enemies that attack players that get too close. Mimics always drop a random artifact when killed. So mimics are still the way to go. Every item added by this mod has a unique model when equipped. An up-to-date list of items can be found available on the wiki on GitHub. So I want to check. The Mimic is still good because it's a random drop every time. But I need to see if there is a better way to go about that. Minecraft Wiki artifacts. Artifacts, Minecraft Wiki. Oh dear, it's very threadbare. Okay, is this one better? Items, there we go. Like, I'm just gonna look at Umbrella, because that's the first thing on the list. It doesn't say anything about... It just says what they do. It doesn't say anything about, where they spawn. So I am going to stay under the assumption that mimics are the best way to go. If mimics produce random loot every time... Out of my face. If mimics produce random loot every single time, then I guaranteed eventually, with enough tries, will get the items I need for a bingo. Because I only need 2 more at this point. So hopefully we can get them. Also, hello, this cave. What the hell? Oh, imagine... I wish I was a Lytrian. Imagine flying through this? I adore my diamond armor. But imagine flying through this? Oh, that would be great. I would love that. Genuinely. Pretty cave. And I'm pretty sure this is literally just mostly a vanilla cave, too. It only has, like, the granite... I know that's granite caves, that's Terralift. But this is just Minecraft caves. This is 1.19.2. We have cave update. I have the ancient cities. You know, I'm curious about something. Because I'm a shulker, I can punch stone. Okay, so no diamonds. Curiosity sated. We're good. There's no player camps around here. Ooh, no. Oh, I'm out of food. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, that lush cave was so good. I don't know why that in particular had so many player camps. Oh, wait. Maybe. Also, hello, it just keeps going. What is with my habit of just finding these? I mean, there's like nothing, but it means it's a little more obvious when I do see a player camp. Excuse me, no, you're not allowed. We're at 144 health, though, now. So we're slowly building up their levels. There is one really good thing about the spear, though, is it does offer sweeping, which is a downside to a one-shot build. So you have to... Stone Diamond ore? Okay. There's a player camp. Hold on, I will actually... Just because there's so many mobs right here. You better be a mimic. You're not a mimic. Okay. You suck. Okay. Ooh, 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 mimic! It's a scarf of invisibility. I need a mimic to give me something I haven't had. And I've had half the board at this point, so that kind of sucks. That sucks a lot for me. I'm trying to count the ones I do have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Almost half the board, because there are 36 slots. Wait, no? Yes. No. No? No, that's not half. Okay, never mind. I don't know why I was thinking 16 plus 16 is 36. Because that don't math right. Would it be 18? 18? Oh, it's still almost half the board. Yeah, that would be 18. Okay. So I'm 3 shy of half the board. And I'm having to backtrack through this cave, so I want to go back up to where I was, because there was a fork in the path. So I'm hoping maybe that way could offer some more. If not, wait, there's a way up there. No, it's very short-lived. Okay. So I'm hoping going this way will actually offer something. But I'm not sure if even that will help me at this point. No. Just denied. Okay, so there's a way down there, and there looks like there's a way also over there. So let's follow. I wanted to go to the water, actually. Thank you. Jeez. Okay. There's zombies following me. A retextured zombie, I should say, anyway. As a skeleton, but it's actually a zombie, whatever. Leshke! That's... Hi, sir. I mean, do we want to? Oh, no. Stop that. I'm not sure if I even want to fight you. I'm out of your range. You suck. So I'm gonna do 2 things real quick. Hold on. Let's just be smart before I do this. And I ruin everything. Because I think this would be funny, just to quickly do. Because I'm pretty sure I could probably spam click him. So, why not, honestly? Let's add... a little bit. Oh, no. Okay. Brief regen and resistance. Okay. Chat, am I too overpowered? Yeah. I don't think the bosses of mass destruction actually scale with the ascendant mobs. They're at a fixed health, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. I did all that for nothing. I did that for nothing. Okay, yeah. Carry on. Back to normal. Back to whatever this run has become. I should have punched him out. That would have been funnier. Next run of Amalgamation, I'm just gonna build a one-punch build. And I'm gonna one-punch the Warden. That would be such a funny goal, though. Just one punch all the bosses? I feel like that'd mostly be me sitting at a skeleton farm. But still, I think it would be so funny. It's just a short, like, 5-10 minute video. One punching all the bosses in the amalgamation. I want to do that now. I just want to do a quick stream, quick video. That's going to be the next one. I'm going to fix up the mod pack. And 1.4.1 is just going to be the one punch build. We'll go do a skeleton thing. And then I will sit off camera until I have like 400 damage. And then we'll come back and just quickly fight all the mobs. It'll be 2 streams, I'll get a quick video out of it. And then we can spend a couple streams testing out different mods for the mod pack. I think that's a good plan. I love that idea way more than I should. I love that more than the thief build idea, and I seriously love that one. I fell in love with that one so much. And I'm kind of terrified that I like the one-shot even better, and how much I really like the idea of the one-shot. Oh, there's this building. It's completely underwater, unfortunately. Please be a mimic. You're not a mimic. There's one thing I need you to be. You suck. Give me that bed. I just want to sleep. I want to be done today. You're not a mimic. But I don't think that's gonna happen. We're so close, we're almost there. But I'm hitting like a dead-end wall here. But we got serious progress done. And we know the way to go, it's just a matter of getting it done and the time to do so. Because I want to keep streaming, I'm willing to do so, but I also need to handle food. I'm surprised I've been able to go through this 1K for so long, too. The creeper didn't even see me. See, there's oak planks over there. I don't know what it is, but I'm hoping it's a player camp. It better be. It better have a mimic. You better have a mimic. Are you a mimic? You're a mimic! Get punched. Get punched. Kitty slippers. Are you... I need something different. That's my second kitty slipper. Oh yeah, actually that way. Oh, I'm hearing spiders, that's what. Yeah, you all suck. I don't care. I don't care. All I care about is mimics. And you guys aren't mimics. I wish there was a crafting recipe for a mimic. I don't care how expensive it would be. I don't care if it's netherite. I'd want to do it anyway. Because I'm pretty sure it's just a spawn egg, yeah. There's only the spawn egg. This is another one that's also underwater. Oh, careful of the lava. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no. I accidentally opened all of that. No, okay. I got 24 moss carpets from that. Okay. Please, mimic. Not mobs, mimic. And I don't mean the creeper mimic. Get punched. I said I don't mean the creeper mimic. I use those words for a reason. Okay. I just want this thing. I just want to get this thing done. And I seriously believe this is the best way to do it. And I'm not sure how to make this better faster, because I can always, haha, where's the player base? But I don't feel like that's appropriate. There was... What the fuck? Wait, is that actually attached? Oh no, it's just... Okay. Okay. But I don't feel like that's appropriate to do. It is an option, but I don't feel like it's the good option. I've been here before. I've been here before. We just completely circled back to this area. Yeah. Okay, that means it's time for a new spot. I have used up this one. We'd even find anything new. I take this back. Because I'll probably find a wild one soon enough. There's a village. And there's my waystone. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, am I right or... Oh, the raid. Immediately forgot about that. I'm sorry, everybody. That's a my bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I really do apologize for that one. That's on me. Yeah. Yeah, that's on me. let me stick around. Let me punch them out. There's something down there. I want to head towards that. Nothing's happening. Oh, oh, they're trying to fight. Oh, there's a pillager. What? Oh. Alright, we done? No. We've already done a raid today. I don't care enough about this. This the right way to go? Yeah. Y'all enjoy that. I'm gonna carry on with my day. There's a companion over here. I'm gonna set my spawn. So I'm pretty sure my spawn is still set underground right now. And that ain't good. There we go. Stealing your bed. And carry on this way, I guess. I don't know why these paths keep happening. I'm assuming it's just something in the biome. By pure chance, sometimes they lead to something, but I think that's just a thing with the biome. You know, we're far enough out at this point. I want to look for a mineshaft. Oh, abandoned camp? Oh, that's probably something else. That's not the underground. Wait, can I look specifically for player? If I look for camp. Additional structures, explorify towns. No. Mineshaft. Nope. Mineshaft. Nearest one. Mineshaft mushroom. Yeah, it's the one back there. Okay. I'm not far enough away yet. I'm gonna... Oh, nope. I need to eat first. And then we're gonna head off this way, because we haven't really explored this section. And I'm already seeing something down there. Oh. Is that... I think that's a tavern. I'm gonna assume... and hold my spear for good luck. That's so... Yeah, that's a tavern. This is just a tavern. Yeah. Hi, Adele. How are you? And this is a whole beach, so let's go over here. I still feel like the cave over by Ray is the answer at this point. It went so far down. That was a gorgeous cave. But I still don't think I'd survive it. I really don't think so. Zucchini! You suck. Jeez. This is a thing, I guess. Is there anything on the mini-map? No. There's that up there. But hold on, there's that. Hold on. I don't know why there'd be a red dot on the map. I can't think of anything that caused that. What would cause that? I really don't know. Because it seems like that'd be a house, but... I don't know what that... What? Oh, it's a sheep. What? I know this structure. This is a bandit. This is the bandit. That's actually a villager. That doesn't have anything useful. What? Okay, it's just redstone. There's a spider dungeon. I'm not sure if there's anything actually useful out here. I kind of want to go back down here now. What's the nearest thing I have down there? Tuva. Okay. Tuva, I'm gonna pay you a visit and then very, very quickly leave because you kinda suck. Okay, good, she's not home. We go! Alright, I left her at the pillagers. That's her new home now, it's fine. I'm just dropping by the old house when she's not there, it's fine. I mean, no one new has moved in, so... We're gonna continue along this way, and... pretty please find a cave along the way. Actually, you know what? I'm far enough out from the mushroom. Look for something new, and then mineshaft. Search group. 300 this way. Mineshaft lush. 672, 704. So that's a negative 602. You know what? Yeah, that is completely new territory. Let's go. That is 100% new territory. Better have an above ground entrance, though. I better have an above ground entrance. Oh, it better. It's underwater, isn't it? Yeah, it says 160 this way. I'm gonna trust it. But it is absolutely 100% underwater. Can I roll above water? Yes, I can. I actually love that. I genuinely like that. That's funny. Parents and a babe. I'm getting out of your hair. Pardon. Okay, right here. This block. Oh right, my hand is faster than my pickaxe. And very slowly go down to the mineshaft and hope it's connected to a cave, or at least gives me something. Do I have to go to the nether for some of those? Is that gonna be a thing? Oh, you suck. I don't want that stuff. Even though I now have half a stack. I don't need gold. I literally just want to get down into the stupid cave. I want to get into the mineshaft. I feel like some of that stuff has to come from underwater structures, no? Mineshaft lush, not this one. This is not what I was searching for. The compass says I need a lush mineshaft. I'm heading towards one, so I'm gonna assume I'm going to assume there's one even further down. Lush caves. Now, can you give me the mineshaft? So I should be hitting it any second now. That's how it happened last time, anyhow. Yeah! There we go. Okay, where's the chest for me to dump all this? Deep caves, where these are fantastic caves. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Golden apple, take it. TNT, don't need that. Multiple TNT. And nothing of use to you. I want to try and attempt to get something, some artifact from the mineshaft. It seems like most mineshafts we've been through, I will get at least one artifact from. I just have to actually pay attention for it. Okay, no. Hello, what is that? A slightly secret room. And you're the cave. It's not a way. It's not a way either. There's this. Does any of this have a chest, though? No. Good to know I'm overpowered in this area, though. Mineshaft continues over here. There's a TNT minecart, but not a chest. Is there anything up this way? It looks like a dead end. Yeah, that's absolutely a dead end. Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay. I just need a stupid chest. I need mimics. I need all the good things. I need the loot. I want to be done with this today. There's a thing right there. Please be a mimic. Mimic. You suck. Take. Nice try. Try again. Oh. Boop. Yeah, that guy just gave up. He said, nah. I don't feel like trying to die. Is this waterlogged above? Okay, no. I was assuming there's a waterlogged cave above, because that's what the terraforming kind of looks like, but no. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, this one kind of sucked. Not gonna lie, this one kind of sucked. I think I used up all my luck for the day. There is something going on up there, though. I think that might just be more of that mineshaft, though. Is that literally... Yeah, it's just this mineshaft. Oh. Hi. Oh, hi. How are you guys today? Okay, so that was kind of worthless. There's something over there. I don't even want to loot it. I just want to know what that is. I don't even care to loot it. I just want to know what it is. Alright, I'm gonna leave this cave immediately after this. I just want to know what that is. Oh! That's interesting. That's cute! It's like a little station. That's adorable. Okay. And then we leave. We go back up to Tuva. Okay, I am not having good luck anymore for this. It just ain't happening. I've gotten so many artifacts, but a lot of them are copies. And I'm actually fully geared up at this point. Would you be a good cave? Would you be a good cave? No, you are just like a dead end. Okay. If I don't need to drop down, I'm not gonna drop down. I'm not gonna bother wasting time to get up and down. I've already wasted so much time in this playthrough, and I'm wasting more right now running around. I don't know if I'm powerful enough for Ray. I want to keep trying for another hour or two. If I can't really get anything off camera, I'll get some more levels and we go through the cave at Ray. Because I still think mimics are the way to go. I feel like that's really the only answer. But I need to get to another cave to do that. I got so lucky with that first one. We found so many player camps in the Lush Cave. It's actually rather ridiculous. I don't know why that occurred. I really don't. Ooh, you could absolutely be a thing. Okay. I'm willing to go down and check it out. I'm willing to break my legs a little. This is a straight up dead end, isn't it? It's a very stupid dead end. Okay. This is why I use the free cam. So I don't have to do this very slow, very annoying walk of shame all the way back up here. This is why I don't do it. This is exactly why. Oh, there's a spawner. I can get around to it. Goodbye. Goodbye. No. Your slowness doesn't really affect me, I'm sorry to say. I hate your sound effects so much. It does not sound like ice breaking, it sounds like bones. Which, yeah, to be fair, they're frozen bones, but also, that's not a rattle. That is just them breaking their backs every 5 seconds. Come on, I just need a cave. I just need to get down and find a good cave. That's all I need at this point. I just need some good chests. And to go underground and find me a nice pretty cave. A nice beautiful cave that'll give me a lot of campsites. And then this challenge can be over. I can get my stupid bingo. My really, really stupid goal at this point, because as per normal, the challenge is really fun until I get to a point where I'm good enough, and then I'm just stuck. Is this actually going to good stuff? It doesn't actually seem like it, believe it or not. I don't trust that. I wholeheartedly believe that's a dead end. I don't think that's actually going to lead to any bigger cave. That's a village. That is so a village. I've gone through half a stack of ratatouille. Wonderful. Let me restock. Yeah, this is a village. What? What? Okay. You do you, Minecraft. Yellowstone. There's your waystone? What are you named? Aquarine. You were named Aquarine. Okay. Lovely. Enjoy that. Someone took that personally. Jeez. I really don't know what to do at this point. I could still... I want to go to that cave. I know that's a cave. I know that's an option. I still feel like my butt would get kicked. Everything out there would be 300 health. Now there's... yeah. Villagers. That'll do. Because the artifacts have to come from vanilla structures, so that's a nether threshold. It has to come from vanilla structures or the artifact structure. Which means these pillager camps are a-okay, and mansions are probably also a-okay. Nothing in here, though. I took an arrow instead of a water bucket. I think the stronghold's too modded for the stronghold to be considered an option for the loot. I can go up this way. There's not really a lot of vanilla structures. There's the mineshafts, which could lead me to the campsites, which is why we've been going for that. There is the mansion. I feel we have totems now. I feel like we could handle the mansion. Just the normal woodland mansion. I should actually go back to spawn for that. Yeah, not found. Okay. I need to go back to spawn then. Wait, hold on, I need to... There we go. Search random, and then search for the mansion. 276 this way. Or 2,700 this way. I feel like that's not actually that bad. I don't think that's genuinely that bad. Because I feel like it's somewhere around this portion, then. 2,700, 640. That's actually closer to the stronghold. So it might be a bit of a problem. We'd actually have our best bet starting from the stronghold. Okay. Because it's really close to it. Let's go up. And slowly escape this place. There we go. And then it's 600 this way. There's a chest right there. I might as well. It's open, it's free. I did not want to pick up the chest. Okay. Nothing there. Buried treasure map, I'm not gonna bother. No. Okay. Carry on. What are you? You're part of the stronghold. That's what I thought. Okay. And go this way. I do kind of want to level up for... This better not be what it's slated me to. Okay, we still have another 300 to go. Okay, these are villagers. I know some mod I've used in the past has a... Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I gave them a raid. I'm just giving everybody raids. We've been going for almost 4 hours. We are actually about to hit the 4-hour mark. I think we come and do this tomorrow. I want to level up first. I don't want to have to regain all this. Because this is the exact same problem I was having out at Ray, and this is the problem I will encounter at Ray, so I want to be prepared first. So let's first, can I sleep with the fishes? Yes. I'm gonna sleep with the fishes. And we're far east, so I'm gonna leave a waystone out here saying east. I want to get a little bit closer to the manor. The Dark Forest isn't super good for me because a bunch of creatures can spawn here. And I can handle them, but the problem is how many can I handle? Oh, here it is. It's right here. Oh, okay. This is not a normal manor. What is this? Because this is not normal. I actually still have 100 to go. What is this? What the? This is modded. Would this even have the loot? It looks like a normal one. There's another bee thing. I'm outside of my render distance, is why I can see it inside of it. I don't even know if this would have the loot. I really don't think it would. I don't think this would have the right loot. Yeah. Simply looking at this is the same modded manor. Yeah, it says Illager. What? Oh, hi. How are you? What? What the hell? What? Okay. Wait, hold on. Mansion. I just want the normal Minecraft mansion. Does the normal Minecraft mansion no longer exist in my mod pack? It doesn't seem like it, actually. So hold on, let's ignore everything going on here. I'm gonna make my computer like me a little bit more. We're gonna go back to spawn. I'm not gonna search for group this time, which is what I accidentally clicked last time, thinking, yeah, that's fine. Mansion, search. No. I do not have the normal mansion. So I think 100%... I want to hit I want to actually go to the ancient city as well. I think what we need to do next time, because that is not the normal thing. I want to go all the way back out here. And where is it? Where's Ray? Where was Ray? Ray's over here. I want to hit this cave that's right here. I feel like either of these two, or even this one would actually be really good. I want to hit one of the caves out here, and I want to go, I think it's somewhere out here, because this was the witch hut. Somewhere out here is the ancient city. I want to be powerful enough to handle that. So I'm going to close that off. I'm going to close this off here. And we're going to come back tomorrow. Because it's 4 hours. We've gotten a lot done. We're a lot better now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 new artifacts today, I think. Which is pretty good. That's seriously good. That's the same amount I got the first day. Or 5. Because the night vision goggles, the hook, invincibility scarf, necklace of sinking, snorkel, did I already say kitty slippers? 5. 5? Kitty slipper, night vision goggle, hook, invincibility, sinking. Oh, no, then. Snorkel, and obsidian skull. 7. I think. Wait, hold on. I can still see the old one. Because it hasn't saved yet. Yeah, we didn't have like most of this today. Yeah, we got a lot today. That's great. Let me save that. Beautiful. But I need to be better in order for us to get more. I do not want to die and have to pause stream again and redo everything. So we streamed twice the amount I normally would. We got 7 artifacts today. 6 or 7, something like that. I need to edit this. I need to upload it to the VOD channel. It's gonna take a minute for me to edit through. But we did great today. We got ratatouille and we got a lot of artifacts. And those are the 2 things I need to be doing. So let me level up some more so that we can actually get the artifacts and finish this tomorrow. I don't want this to be 7 days. I want it to end at 6. I want it to end tomorrow. I want to get my stupid bingo. We'll get it tomorrow. Thank you all for joining me. It's been great. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.